Chapter 1853. The returning void suddenly frowned. He looked at the battlefield and glanced at little Meaty from the corner of his eyes. Meaty sneered. "What are you looking at? I'm right here and I haven't even moved a single toe. This is little Chin Yu's own perception." Her eyes were bright. She knew that little Chin Yu wouldn't be so stupid. After all, he was the one she had chosen. Red Sea said indifferently, "So what if you've understood it? Dub's control over the power of the blazing sun is far above his. The result won't change." "Smelly woman, shut up." Meaty rolled her eyes. "Your mouth is so smelly. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth?" Dark red surged in the depths of Red Sea's eyes. The ultimate ruin suddenly said, "Do not offend Gui Yi. I have said the same thing twice." Red Sea lowered her head. "I was wrong." She cupped her hands together. "Lord Gui, please do not lower yourself to my level." Little Meaty sneered and said nothing. "Continue watching." The ultimate ruin's voice was calm, but the gloominess in his voice could be clearly sensed. He was in a bad mood. In the battle to compete for the blazing suns, the endless ruins had laid down many killing moves. They had calculated that Chin Yu would die without a doubt, but the development of the situation was always unexpected. First, there was the matter of Qin Huang being killed. Chin Yu had used Qin Huang's hand to kill himself, preserving his own strength and not falling into a weakened state. The second reason was that Qin Yu refused the fusion of the two Qin kingdoms. He gave up the Qin Emperor's mark that could help him become even more powerful. Otherwise, when the annihilation nothingness battlefield spread and swallowed the entire Xianyang city, Qin Yu would have been severely injured. Third, Skypivot's strength far surpassed Qin Yu's. Although it seemed like both sides were evenly matched, the truth was that victory and defeat had already been decided. Facing Heaven's pivot, Qin Yu's chances of victory were so slim that they could be ignored. But now, Qin Yu was enlightened. This caused a foreboding premonition to rise in returning Void's heart. Comprehension was not knowledge. It was just like how everyone knew all sorts of principles in the world. However, knowing was one thing, but how many people could truly act according to those principles? Even though he knew very well that it was a choice that was beneficial to him. From this, one could see the difference between enlightenment and enlightenment, because those who were enlightened could truly follow the principles. And at this moment, in Qin Yu's eyes, he was one of the strongest and most powerful principles in the universe. So, since I'm so strong, how could I be sealed by a block of ice? Thinking to this point, his thoughts suddenly became smoother. Catcher, catcher, cracking sounds continuously rang out around him. The invisible power of ice began to shatter at this time. It couldn't withstand the aura that Qin Yu released. It was the power of the blazing sun. In the void, the great sun, which had clearly dimmed, shone brightly again. The bright light swept across all directions. Tianshu frowned and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. Victory was right in front of him, but suddenly something happened. However, his thoughts quickly calmed down. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. Deprive. Since the ice seal had failed, there was no point in continuing. What's more, the might of the blazing sun wasn't limited to this. However, deprivation was one of Jiao Yang's most powerful methods. It could directly deprive any existence that was illuminated by its light of power and take it into its own body. These simple words didn't seem like much, but one couldn't forget that there were 9 blazing suns that illuminated the world. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds were within them. In other words, as long as Jiao Yang wanted to, it could directly plunder the strength of any existence in the myriad heavens and take it into itself. The blazing sun behind Tian Shu that represented him erupted with a terrifying swallowing strength. It was like an incomparably massive vortex that covered Qin Yu and the blazing sun behind him. At this time, it felt like countless sharp knives were crazily cutting and tearing at Qin Yu's strength. Then, it swallowed and absorbed Qin Yu's strength. As for Qin Yu, he soon felt the pain of having his strength plundered. Even so, his expression remained calm. Since the myriad heavens and myriad worlds were his divine kingdom, then all of his will could be carried out. Deprivation. With a loud shout, the blazing sun behind him shook. Facing Tianshu's swallowing strength, it chose the toughest and most direct way to resist. The little blue lamp's voice sounded out. Qin Yu, in your current state, it isn't a good choice to fight Tianshu head-on. Qin Yu said, I know, but do you think I have a better choice right now? His eyes were firm. Frontal collision? This was because Qin Yu was well aware that he couldn't resist Tianshu. In the end, he would be swallowed up. But this would take time. And what Qin Yu needed to do was to kill Tianshu before the little blue lamp was swallowed up. In his current state, he had already become one with the little blue lamp. Every thought he had was clearly sensed. The little blue lamp finally understood what Qin Yu was thinking. Tianshu's advantage was that he had a greater comprehension of the power of the blazing sun, a greater control over it, and a greater strength. Then, he would strip away this advantage and eliminate the factor of the blazing sun, only relying on his own strength to fight and compete. This was Qin Yu's only chance of victory today. Qin Yu, hurry up. After speaking, the little blue lamp restrained its aura. In the next moment, the blazing sun that represented Qin Yu erupted with an even brighter light. It did everything it could to entangle the other blazing sun fragment, making it so that it couldn't help Tianshu. After all, in this mutually devouring battle, whoever's strength was borrowed would fall into a weakened state. Tianshu had seen through Qin Yu's plan, but he didn't fear it. This was because even if he didn't rely on the power of the blazing sun, he was still an existence that stood at the peak of cultivation. As for Qin Yu, he had only recently risen. Although he was strong, he was still incomparably young. And in a battle at the same level, this sort of immaturity was undoubtedly a fatal flaw. Rumble rumble, above his head, the two blazing sun phantoms shook, crazily swallowing each other. Their strengths collided, causing the annihilation nothingness battlefield to tumble. But it was clear that the little blue lamp was at a disadvantage. Its strength was slowly fading away. Perhaps at the start, this loss wasn't obvious. But as the other blazing sun fragment grew stronger, the speed at which it swallowed the little blue lamp would also increase. In fact, when the disparity in strength between the two blazing suns reached a certain degree, the other would only need a single bite to swallow the little blue lamp. So, just like the little blue lamp said, Qin Yu had to deal with Tianshu as soon as possible. Qin Yu, I am right here. If you want to kill me, then make your move. Tianshu slowly said. He lifted a hand and light surged between his fingers. It gathered in his palm, gradually turning crimson. Heat, burning, annihilation, brutality, an aura crazily surged out. Purgatory descends. With a roar, Tianshu lifted his hand and pulled forwards. Thus, in this annihilation nothingness battlefield, a new world of purgatory appeared. Everything was crimson red. Endless blazing magma tumbled and surged within this purgatory world. The air was flooded with the aura of annihilation. Misty frowned, her eyes turning icy cold. She looked at the expressionless Red Sea. You little girl, your hands are quite long. Her tone was calm, not too aggressive. But, it was this calmness that caused the gathered blazing suns to subconsciously frown, a deep sense of dread growing in their hearts. They didn't dare to say that they were familiar with this person's temper. After all, in the last trillion years, no one had interacted with her too much. But, there was one thing they were certain of. The calmer her attitude was, the more she didn't reveal anything, the angrier she was in her heart. After all, when she tore apart all pretense of cordiality with endless ruin in the past and fought with him, all the blazing suns had been present. They had seen it with their own eyes, and their expressions at that time were quite similar to what they had today. Red Sea remained silent. She didn't try to argue back. What was done was done. There was no need to hide anything in front of her, nor was there any possibility. In terms of fear, Red Sea had to admit that even though she was a blazing sun, she was still a little afraid. After all, from a certain perspective, this person in front of her was an existence on the same level as endless ruin. But, it was only a little. She feared her, but it wasn't that she feared her so much that she didn't dare to do anything. Qin Yu could not become the new blazing sun. Within the Star River Divine Palace, the hidden blazing sun ruler said, "We did not violate the agreement by attacking Qin Yu, so I ask that you do not break the rules." Misty coldly sneered. Rules. If you said those words to the other her, they might be a little useful. Do you think I would care? Endless Ruin had a calm expression. He flicked his fingers several times and the void of annihilation stirred up some ripples. Returning to 1, this is indeed not a violation of the agreement between us. Misty narrowed her eyes. Are you threatening me? Endless Ruin said, if you want to understand it that way, then so be it. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. Qin Yu is right here, right in front of my eyes. If I wanted to kill him, it would be extremely simple. So, do not try to provoke me. This is my advice. Misty lightly said, why don't you try and touch Qin Yu? His tone was indifferent. That expression, that was the expression he had. The blazing suns, including Red Sea, all had different complexions. Her eyes began to throb with fear. In the past, she had revealed such an expression. Then, a great war had erupted without warning. If it weren't for the fact that they had quickly retreated from the battlefield and were caught up in it, even if they didn't die, they would have shed several layers of skin. Could it be that another great war would erupt today? Your tempers are far too foul. For better or for worse, you are people with a bit of status. Since everyone has made a bet, let's just quietly watch from the sidelines. You want to fall out with each other at the drop of a hat. Your faces are far too ugly. A slightly helpless voice sounded out in everyone's ears. As the void of annihilation surged, the ruler stepped out. She was still languid and her hair was a bit messy. She seemed half asleep and half awake. But at this moment, as the ruler appeared, space suddenly quieted down. Endless Ruin's pupils violently shrank. The divine light in his eyes rose as he stared at the ruler, a look of shock on his face. As if he never imagined that the ruler would suddenly appear in front of him. This surpassed Endless Ruin's expectations. As for Misty, she seemed even more surprised. Her eyebrows furrowed together as she looked at the ruler, her complexion extremely gloomy. Red Sea and the other blazing suns were shocked speechless. They carefully glanced back and forth between Misty and the ruler. The ruler lifted a hand and pinched Misty's face. This little gloomy energy is quite frightening. Alright, now that we've met, it's too late to say anything else. So, let's just quietly accept reality. After all, we'll meet sooner or later. We might as well do it earlier. Misty coldly snorted. She slapped her hand away and turned her head away, not saying anything. The ruler smiled and looked at Jieshu. Hey, old friend, we meet again. How come you bullied my little sister when I wasn't around? Who's your little sister? Misty muttered. Endless Ruin's expression returned to normal. He smiled. It's all a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing. You know me. I know you quite well. The ruler nodded. After all, I was the one who personally tore apart your body bit by bit. I ground it into powder and scattered it across the infinite heavens. How could I forget? Endless Ruin nodded. Let's not talk about it. When I think back to that feeling, it's really quite refreshing. Fortunately, I didn't suffer for nothing. At least I got some interest back. The ruler smiled. Why don't we relive it once more and find that feeling of being young and impulsive? She was smiling, her eyes bright and filled with eagerness. Misty coldly sneered. There were always some people who felt that she was unreasonable and liked to act shamelessly. But, just where did this personality of hers come from? When it came to being shameless, she never dared to say that she was a professional. Endless Ruin bitterly smiled. Alright, I admit my mistake. I was in the wrong before. I apologize. He cupped his hands together and begged for forgiveness. The various blazing suns felt their hearts relax. Only then did they discover that their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. One Misty was still fine, but no one expected that the ruler would also suddenly appear. This plot was truly unexpected. After all, once the two of them met, their fates were sealed. It was no wonder that Lord Endless Ruin had lowered his head. This matter had far exceeded his expectations. However, it was best not to fight. Otherwise, the situation today would truly spiral out of control. The ruler faintly smiled. Her eyes swept over the various blazing suns. No one dared to meet her gaze. Since no one has any objections, then let's quietly watch. Before the bet is over, there's no need to be in such a hurry to turn hostile. Endless Ruin bitterly smiled. No matter how he thought about it, these words didn't sound right. Within the purgatory, countless tongues of fire erupted, each one capable of burning down the skies. They turned into thick crimson chains that rushed towards Qin Yu. At the same time, magma gathered from all directions, turning into a giant lake of magma. No, in terms of the area covered by magma, perhaps calling it a sea of magma would be more appropriate. Qin Yu lifted a hand and swept out. The ancient divine spear fell down and the chains that rushed towards him collapsed, unable to approach at all. But this was only an appetizer, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. Disregarding the fact that these broken chains were restored in the next moment and hurled towards him from all directions once more. At this time, the sea of magma within the purgatory was violently tumbling. As the waves surged, it was like some terrifying creature was being bred within, about to break out from the sea. Chapter 1854. The range of the Annihilation Void battlefield continued to expand. With Great Qin's capital Xianyang as the center, it had already swallowed nearly half of the central wilderness and was continuing to devour the desolate domain at an even faster speed. All of this seemed to be soundless, yet it was a true calamity of destruction, and a myriad of living beings had perished within it. Above it, two blazing suns burned brilliantly, each releasing their greatest strength to desperately plunder and swallow the other's strength. Moreover, these two blazing suns came from the same great sun fragment. They were originally one entity, so there were no hidden dangers in swallowing the other's strength. To put it simply, whoever was able to devour the other party today would be able to smoothly become the new blazing sun. To the little blue lamp, this was a battle that was doomed to fail from the start. But it still chose to believe in Qin Yu without hesitation. Just like it said before, Qin Yu had no other choice, and neither did the little blue lamp. They had no choice. If they didn't want to wait for death, they could only give it a try. The little blue lamp bet that Qin Yu could smoothly kill Dub before it was swallowed by the other blazing sun fragment. As long as Dub died, today's battle would end. And at this time, in the Annihilation Void battlefield, in the sea of purgatory magma, a giant beast roared. Its crimson eyes locked onto Qin Yu's figure, filled with an endless aura of destruction. Roar! The magma beast roared. It opened its mouth and swallowed. Behind Qin Yu, the phantom of the great Tao appeared. He raised his hand and the ancient divine spear howled out. Like a waterfall, it pierced through space and shot towards the magma beast. In the next moment, the spear pierced through flesh and blood, piercing through the giant beast's body and nailing it to the magma sea. However, another gigantic beast soon emerged from the lava. No, it was the beast that had been pierced by the ancient divine spear and nailed to death. But now, it was in perfect condition, without any signs of injury. Qin Yu frowned. He raised his hand and grasped forward. With a loud rumble, the entire magma sea boiled and a terrifying strength spread out. The ancient divine spear was suppressed at the bottom of the sea. The magma beast soared into the sky. It flapped its wings and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, ruthlessly biting down. Hum! The mountain river sword appeared, whistling through the air. The body of the giant lava beast suddenly froze, and in the next instant, its head was separated from its body. Its corpse crashed into the sea of lava, creating huge waves. But something shocking happened again. Not long after the corpse of the giant lava beast fell into the sea, another giant lava beast charged out. It seemed to possess some kind of terrifying undying attribute, because this magma beast could be reborn continuously. Qin Yu lifted a finger and the mountain river sword howled out. Boundless sword energy was released, wrapping around the lava monster. In an instant, the magma behemoth was cut into countless pieces. With a rumble, it was like giant rocks falling into the sea of magma. Unfortunately, this still did not cause any obvious damage to the magma beast. It once again rushed out of the magma sea. Divine Pivot was expressionless. It's useless. It's the magma sea, and the magma sea is the giant beast. And as long as this purgatory world exists, there will be an endless stream of magma pouring in, causing the magma sea to never be extinguished. Qin Yu silently slashed out with his sword, killing the magma beast again and again. Although these slashes seemed simple, each one consumed a considerable portion of his strength. Divine Pivot coldly sneered. Qin Yu had fallen into a state of exhaustion. As time passed, he would gradually weaken. Moreover, time was on his side to begin with. If Qin Yu wanted to, Divine Pivot didn't mind wasting time with him. This was because every moment that passed meant that Qin Yu's fragment of the blazing sun would be robbed of a bit of its strength. Magma beast and aura. Divine Pivot praised. Its life force is even stronger than before. His gaze fell on Red Sea. Little girl, it seems your strength has risen a great deal in these past years. His attitude was gentle and there was no threat in his tone. But facing such a Lord Ruler, Red Sea was clearly even more afraid. She bowed respectfully and said, Your Excellency Ruler, since I'm already involved in this gamble, I naturally have to think of a way to obtain the greatest benefits. So, I ask that you understand my actions. The Lord Ruler smiled. Since you say that, I am not an unreasonable person, so of course I will understand. But, after sleeping for so many years, I've been feeling very hungry lately, as if I could eat a mountain. She lifted a hand and pointed. I think Andorra is no different from a mountain. Moreover, it has been marinated in magma for so many years, so its meat must be very chewy. Its taste must be top-notch. So, Red Sea, you will be very obedient and sensible and give Andorra to me, right? Red Sea's complexion stiffened. Divine Pivot said, Red Sea, it is your good fortune that Guiyi has taken a liking to Andorra. Once today's matters come to an end, you can give it to her. Red Sea bowed. Yes. The Lord Ruler smiled. He ran a hand through his hair. It seems that Divine Pivot's face is greater. My words aren't very useful now. Divine Pivot cupped his hands together. Guiyi, you are too modest. She sneered. You too, aren't you tired of acting? She took a step forward. How about we fall out right now? Don't be childish. The Lord Ruler glared at her. What's the rush? The results haven't come out yet. That kid Qin Yu. Although he's a bit stupid, and his cultivation talent is average, and he doesn't have any trump cards he can use, his luck is pretty good. I think that while Andorra is hard to kill, it shouldn't be too difficult for him. Divine Pivot nodded. Indeed. Let's watch for a while longer. Humph. Meaty curled her lips. How boring. Her eyes flashed. I have something else to do. You two stay here and watch. Call me when we have a falling out. Swish. Meaty vanished. The next moment, she appeared somewhere in the battlefield of nothingness. Come out, she said coolly. Stop hiding. Bai Feifei's figure appeared. She smiled. We meet again. Meaty frowned. She looked her up and down. I misjudged you. Your concealment method is quite good. Bai Feifei shook her head. It can't be considered concealment, because I hadn't awakened before Qin Yu killed Qin Shihuang. Enough nonsense. What do you want? Bai Feifei said, I don't know either. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. If I really have to answer, it's that I haven't thought about it yet. Meaty narrowed her eyes. Bai Feifei said, Are you sure you want to fight me? Divine Pivot is right here. If he knows that there's another me besides the two of you. Do you think Divine Pivot will fall out with me right now? Meaty sneered. Do you think I'm afraid? Of course you're not, but Qin Yu will die. Bai Feifei's tone was calm. She blinked. I haven't thought about it yet, so why don't you wait a little longer? Not only will you not get what you want, you might even force me to make a decision you don't want to see. What's the point? Meaty's eyes grew colder. But Bai Feifei knew that she had chosen to concede. She smiled and said, All right, I'll think about it seriously before making a decision. She turned and left. Swish. Bai Feifei disappeared. Meaty looked at the place where her figure disappeared, her brows furrowed even tighter. A variable had indeed appeared. She knew that if they continued to split and split like this, problems would arise sooner or later. It might not be obvious once or twice, but as the number of times piled up, it would eventually lead to a quantitative change. Hence, Bai Feifei's appearance. Although Meaty was not afraid, there was no doubt that she was still threatened. Once Dub sensed by Feifei's awakening and confirmed her current existence, he would definitely not maintain his current attitude. After all, the more cowardly this fellow appeared, the more enraged he was. Once he erupted, Qin Yu would definitely be the first to die. So annoying. Meaty's face was full of anger. She looked in the direction of the battlefield and saw that Qin Yu was still attacking. Her brows furrowed even more. The giant magma beast and aura was an almost immortal existence. Unless one could cut through the entire sea of magma with one strike, there was no way to truly cause it any harm. Was this fellow stupid? He should have known long ago after so many strikes, yet he kept attacking. Boom! Sword aura erupted, and the giant magma beast was dismembered once again. Then, unsurprisingly, it was reborn in the sea of magma. Its crimson eyes locked onto Qin Yu, revealing a hint of mockery. To be able to kill a proud sun fragment holder was enough to become a beast's glory. Roar! And aura opened its mouth wide, and Qin Yu slashed down with his sword again. The mockery in its eyes deepened. The power of the mountain and river sword was indeed terrifying, and could easily cut through its body, but it was meaningless. But soon, the mockery in the giant beast's eyes turned into shock, followed by pain and horror. Boom boom! At this moment, countless sword auras erupted from the sea of magma, whistling through every inch of space and covering the entire sea of magma, tearing everything apart. At the same time, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the giant magma beast's body, covering its scales. Its eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. In the next moment, Qin Yu's sword fell. It was still as clean and efficient as before. This strike directly cut the giant magma beast's body in half, then dismembered and broke into countless small pieces. Rolling, surging, shaking, the scorching sea of magma fell into silence. Boom! The magma shattered, but what flew out wasn't the resurrected giant magma beast, but the ancient divine spear that had been suppressed by the sea of magma. Ancient! Qin Yu roared. The ancient divine spear hummed and the runes on its surface lit up. It instantly pierced through space and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Dub. Without any pause, the spear pierced through his chest. Boom! Dub's body shattered, but in the next moment, it reformed. He looked at Qin Yu and frowned. To be able to kill the giant magma beast, Qin Yu, you're not bad. But this is still meaningless, because I have already transcended the rules. I am eternal and indestructible. Dub lifted a hand. Reverse. Rumble rumble rumble. Invisible rules descended, instantly completing the construction. In this area, time began to flow backwards. Thus, the silent sea of magma began to tumble once more. The already dead giant magma beast and aura let out a deep and resentful roar. Qin Yu was expressionless. Constructing the rules and reversing the river of time, I cannot do that. But just because I cannot do it doesn't mean I am helpless. He raised his hand and raised the mountain river sword. Hum! The long sword hummed. In the next moment, the entire purgatory world, no, it should be said that as far as the eye could see, the battlefield of annihilation, all surged with a dense sword aura, enveloping the purgatory world within it. And this was Qin Yu's true goal when he swung his sword over and over again. Killing the Endora behemoth was just a facade, a cover to conceal his true identity. The rules that had been established and descended in accordance with the will of Dub were instantly destroyed by the eruption of the sword aura. Thus, by obeying these rules, the flow of time that was reversed was forcibly pulled back to the correct state. Roar! The Endora behemoth roared madly. One of its giant claws had already broken through the magma and was about to leap out. However, all of its movements stopped in the next moment. The giant claws that were exposed outside the magma suddenly exploded into pieces and scattered into the sea of magma. Heaven's pivot frowned. A thought to descend into the world and actually destroy the rules that were rebuilt according to my will. I must admit that I underestimated your strength a bit. But do you think that a mere sword breath world can trap me? He flicked his sleeve. Rumble rumble rumble. As if raging waves had appeared out of nowhere, a terrifying strength spread out, sweeping out in all directions. The sword aura shattered and dissipated. Beneath Heaven's pivot strike, It was simply unable to resist. Hum. The mountain and river sword hummed. Its surface released a dazzling cold light. Countless sword auras appeared out of thin air. They seemed to split apart, one turning into two, two turning into four, until they filled the entire world, covering every corner, crazily filling in the gaps created by the shattering of the sword aura. Qin Yu took a step forward. He slowly said, "Compared to the sword breath world, I prefer to call it sword prison. It indeed has no way to truly suppress you here, but that wasn't my goal to begin with." After a brief pause, he said, "Because I want to kill you." Bang! Sword prison boiled over. There were far too many violent sword auras. The moment they erupted, everything was covered up. It was impossible to see what was happening within. But to the people watching this battle, this wasn't a problem at all. The Lord Ruler smiled. "I knew it. This Qin Yu brat's luck isn't bad. He was actually able to obtain the help of such a divine sword and easily turn the situation around. Endless ruin." He really couldn't understand why the Lord Ruler had the face to say these words. Could it be that just because he was thick-skinned that he could do whatever he wanted? Endless ruin, your expression seems like you want to say something. You're wrong. Endless ruin, are you in a bad mood? No. Shaking your head means you admit it. The Lord Ruler arched an eyebrow. You are a man, so you need to be a bit more magnanimous and broad-minded. Otherwise, you'll be like you, always holding something in your heart and brooding over it. That's not good. Endless Ruin's lips twitched. Returning one, if you continue to speak like that, it will be very boring. The Lord Ruler smiled. Fine, then I won't speak anymore. She stretched out a hand and snapped her fingers. Little meat, don't run too far away. Perhaps someone will soon break their promise and turn hostile in front of everyone. Endless Ruin shook his head. He helplessly said, I have always been a man of my word. He lifted a hand and pointed at the vast and mighty sword aura that howled through the air. Moreover, I have studied Dub before. Although his cultivation is ordinary, his methods are quite good. For Qin Yu to obtain the help of a divine sword is his good fortune. Dub is also a wielder of a fragment of the blazing sun, so it would be strange if he didn't have several cards in his hand. Just as his voice fell, stars began to appear in the battlefield of the annihilating void. They turned into a sea of stars that covered Sword Prison. Every single star was like a towering mountain, and a formless suppressive force descended upon it, causing the sword aura to instantly become incomparably slow and difficult to move. Chapter 1855. Endless Star Sea. The ruler narrowed his eyes. Within the Star Sea Temple, the blazing sun leader bowed. Since you were understanding of Red Sea, I believe you won't make things difficult for me. Heh. The ruler lightly said, Are your breasts bigger than hers? The blazing sun leader's complexion changed. In the next moment he seemed to suffer a heavy blow and his face paled. Far away from the Void Realm battlefield, one of the blazing suns suddenly dimmed. Your Excellency returning, I have not violated the agreement. The blazing sun leader was both shocked and angry. Just now, a portion of his authority had been stripped away. The ruler said, I find you displeasing to the eye. Do you have a problem with that? Returning remained silent. But his silence was undoubtedly a declaration of his position. The blazing sun leader could only grit his teeth and lower his head. Oh, you are still gnashing your teeth in front of me. Are you trying to scare me? The ruler smiled. It seems I have been quiet for too long, so long that you little brats have forgotten my past methods. The ruler said, Star Sea, apologize to returning. Yes. The blazing sun leader bowed. Your Excellency returning, I was wrong. I ask you to be magnanimous. Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you. The ruler waved his hand, his expression light. Once Qin Yu becomes the blazing sun leader, he will naturally settle the grudges between you two. Returning smiled. Returning, that might not be the case. The ruler curled his lips. Let us wait and see. Returning said, I favor Dub. Qin Yu will win. Dub will win. The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. This was because for some people, words weren't just empty words. If the blazing sun leader could speak the law, then what about returning? Who are the only two in the world? These words couldn't be spoken casually. The ruler had indicated that Qin Yu would become the final victor. Returning had to support Dub and refute him. This wasn't a bickering, but a necessary action. It was a battle of wills. Otherwise, their words would directly affect the battle for the Blazing Sun leader. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The sovereign sighed. Sinkhole, it's been so many years, but you're still so petty and cautious. It's really boring. Sinkhole nodded. I'm old and my temper can't be changed. Please forgive me. He smiled and nodded, admitting to it. This caused the sovereign lord to look at him with even more admiration. This fellow's patience was really top-notch. At that moment, the ultimate ruin's eyes flashed and he looked into the distance. It was the edge of the Annihilation Void battlefield, a place that was constantly expanding. Where's little Meaty? It's not her style to suddenly leave now. The Lord Ruler yawned. Who knows? Youngsters nowadays are all weird. No one can guess what's going on in their heads. That's right. Young people aren't to be trifled with. It's more relaxing if we talk together. Sinkhole agreed. The sovereign frowned. Hey, do you know how to talk? Who are you calling old? I'm suing you. Have you seen my fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs? I'm very charming. The returning void smiled and did not reply. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. There seemed to be something wrong with the state of returning to one. He did not discover anything from sensing her aura, nor did he find anything from observing her on the surface. However, the ending ruin believed in his intuition and also believed that there must be a reason for little Meaty's sudden departure. What could have happened? Could it be? The returning void's expression was calm as his thoughts turned. He suddenly felt that there really was a chance for him to turn hostile today. After all, rather than treating the symptoms and not the root cause, the returning void would not hesitate to completely eliminate the hidden danger. However, this matter could not be rushed. He had to make a clear judgment. At the edge of the Annihilation Void battlefield, little Meaty frowned and looked back. Her face darkened. That bastard Sinkhole still had a sharp nose. Bai Feifei's problem had to be solved. Otherwise, her existence could very well lead to irreversible consequences. But now, little Meaty could not do anything, because Bai Feifei was beside Qin Chichi. Niu Dingtian was sweating profusely. He knew Bai Feifei, but this woman's aura had not been this terrifying before. The Niu family were all here. If this woman were to turn hostile, Niu Dingtian did not dare to think of the consequences. They might all be wiped out today, but wasn't this woman one of Qin Yu's? Why did he suddenly change his face? Moreover, he was so strong. Qin Chichi looked up. Are you here to kill me? Bai Feifei said honestly, I haven't decided yet. Qin Chichi said, can you tell me why? Bai Feifei reached out and rubbed her little head. Stop talking nonsense. Of course it's because you are Qin Yu's sister. Qin Chichi frowned. I won't let you use me to threaten my brother. Bai Feifei smiled. You little girl, you're talking nonsense again. You have no choice what I want to do. She looked back at the Annihilation Void battlefield that was rapidly engulfing them. Bai Feifei knew very well that little Meaty was watching her from there. But now, she could not do anything. Bai Feifei smiled and looked back at Niu Dingtian. Hey, hurry up and take us away at a time like this. When the Annihilation Void battlefield spreads, it will be too late to escape. Ah, all right. Niu Dingtian gritted his teeth. It was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, they could not avoid it. He had no other choice. With a flick of his sleeve, the space around them trembled and they disappeared the next moment. On the other side, in the sword prison, Qin Yu frowned. It wasn't just because the sword breath was being suppressed by the stars that had appeared, making it difficult for the sword prison to operate. More than that, he sensed an aura that he detested from those stars that had appeared. No. Using the word loathing was too mild. To be more accurate, Qin Yu loathed it. Pain. From the depths of his heart, endless ruthlessness rose up. He wished he could crush these stars one by one. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat vigorously in his chest, faster and faster. It pushed the blood throughout his body to revolve at an astonishing speed. At the same time, his eyes began to turn blood-red. Ancient! Qin Yu roared out. His blood-red eyes gushed out as he stubbornly stared at the star that was suppressing Sword Prison. At this moment, a still image appeared in his mind. In the depths of the starry sea, there was a majestic temple quietly standing. Beneath it were giant bodies that had died and turned into pillars that supported the temple. An ancient aura filled the air, as if this temple had existed in this state for countless years. In other words, the bodies that had died beneath the temple had silently withstood countless years of suppression, humiliation, and pain. They had been killed in life, and after they died, their corpses had been suppressed beneath the temple so that they could never rise again. And these bodies belonged to the ancient race. Rumble, rumble, the ancient divine spear wildly shook. Terrifying strength constantly erupted from it. Qin Yu gasped for breath. Every time he breathed in and out, it was like he stirred up the clouds, causing the roars of wind and thunder to echo out. The desire to destroy tumbled in his chest. The blood-red color in Qin Yu's eyes deepened as he stubbornly stared at those stars. Suddenly, he roared out once more. Ancient! Rumble, rumble, the annihilation realm shook. The phantom of a towering mountain appeared from within. It supported the heavens and the earth. It was endlessly majestic. It stood straight and tall. It could not be suppressed by the heavens and earth. It was arrogant, overbearing, and domineering. All of it was displayed to its heart's content. At this time, the mountain shook, as if something sealed within was about to break free. And the source of the shaking that stirred the Annihilation Realm battlefield was this great mountain's shaking. The blazing sun of the starry sea gripped the void. His complexion changed. He stared at Sword Prison, his pupils violently shrinking. Impossible! He roared out loud. He was enraged to the extreme, but he was also alarmed. At this time, returning void also couldn't help but frown. Puzzlement appeared in his eyes. The ancient race had been exterminated and now there was only Qin Yu left. How could this be? Red Sea's complexion was dignified. He slowly said, the ancient race's 3 divine tools. In the past, when the ancient race was at its most flourishing, they had cultivated the ancient divine armor and ancient divine spear. These were the inherited divine tools of the ancient race. These 2 divine tools shared weal and woe with the ancient race. As long as the ancient race wasn't destroyed, they could exist forever in this world. It was also because of this that even though the ancient race had withered away, Qin Yu was still able to summon these 2 divine tools after awakening his bloodline. But in truth, the ancient race's divine tools didn't just consist of the ancient divine spear and ancient divine armor. There was also a 3rd divine tool that conformed to the rules of 1 begetting 2, 2 begetting 3, 3 begetting all things. In other words, only the 3 divine tools of the ancient race could be considered complete existences that could display the true might of a divine toolset. In the past, the extremely powerful ancient race had suddenly suffered a calamity. The 3rd divine tool that was being bred had vanished without a trace. In normal circumstances, this divine tool that hadn't appeared in the world should have vanished along with the ancient race. But today, it had actually appeared. The Sovereign Lord's eyes brightened and he smiled. I told you that brat Qin Yu's luck has always been good. It seems that his formidable luck has appeared again today. He turned his head and stared at the blazing sun of the starry sea. Hey, little fellow, do you feel like you've picked up a stone and smashed it on your own foot? The blazing sun of the starry sea took a deep breath. So what if he summoned the 3rd divine tool of the ancient race? The ancient race has already been exterminated. How much of their strength can they possibly have left? Returning Void's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Bang, the mountain collapsed. A longbow flew out, howling as it fell into Qin Yu's hand. In the next moment, the ancient divine armor that covered his body automatically peeled off and fell onto the longbow. Like dense scales, the longbow in his hand turned into a great dragon that could soar into the skies at any moment. Qin Yu lifted his hand and grasped forwards. Bang, the ancient divine spear instantly arrived. With the bow in his left hand and the spear in his right, Qin Yu took a step forward. He drew his arm into a full moon and the ancient divine spear shook. Hum hum, every single shockwave that spread out would annihilate the void and form circular waves. Although these waves didn't seem remarkable, each one contained a terrifying aura that left one in despair. This was because after countless years, the three divine tools of the ancient race had gathered together for the first time, emitting an angry roar. Not only did it possess the combined might of the three divine tools, but it also contained all the unwillingness, anger, and resentment of the ancient race. Qin Yu, let go! The bowstring cried out like a thunderclap. Bang! The ancient divine spear howled outwards, instantly crossing the annihilating void and piercing through a star. No! The blazing sun of the starry sea suddenly changed his complexion. Because at this moment, in the endless distant starry sea, there really was a star that had shattered and disintegrated without warning. His eyes stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. Or, to be more precise, he stared at the ancient divine bow in his hand. With Qin Yu's current cultivation in addition to the might of the three divine tools, shattering a star wasn't difficult at all. But the key point was that this star belonged to the blazing sun of the starry sea. It was where his divine palace was located and within the range of his power. To shatter a star was the same as punching a hole through the absolute domain formed by his own power. Returning Void frowned, silent. The ruler smiled. Little Qin Yu's arrow is quite powerful. This is a pleasant surprise. Xinghai, I told you that you were moving stones but you didn't believe me. Now do you know what it means to have evil retribution and that the time has yet to come? The blazing sun of the starry sea paled, not uttering a single word. Returning Void let out a long breath. The ancient race's three divine tools were actually born. He shook his head. This doesn't make sense. Regarding this, even he hadn't noticed it before. The ruler smiled and nodded. There are accidents everywhere in the world. You and I cannot control everything, otherwise today's scene wouldn't have occurred. Returning Void nodded. That's true. But at this time, Qin Yu didn't pause at all after firing his arrow. He lifted his hand and grasped forwards. Bang! The ancient divine spear flew back into his hand. He pulled back the bow, using the ancient divine spear as an arrow to shoot out a second arrow. In that instant, in the annihilating void battlefield, another star shattered and extinguished. Sky Pivot revealed a look of anger. He frowned. Whether it was the Purgatory World or the Starsea Descent, both were his trump cards. If he used them with his cultivation, even in his current state, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to resist them. But the reality was that he was being targeted at every turn. Great supernatural abilities shot out one after another, but all of them were ineffective against Qin Yu. This caused a foreboding premonition to rise in Sky Pivot's heart. It was like this was fate. Even though the incomparably powerful Sky Pivot had many methods, when facing Qin Yu, there was only defeat awaiting him. His heart filled with fear and alarm. Sky Pivot looked up. The two blazing sun fragments were still clashing head-on, still continuing at this time. The blazing sun that represented him was clearly brighter than before. It was clear that he occupied the absolute upper hand in this struggle. It wouldn't take too much time. When the disparity in strength between the two blazing sun fragments was pulled to a certain degree, this tug-of-war would end. The victor would be able to swallow the loser into his belly and chew without restraint. Sky Pivot looked away. He stared at Qin Yu in sword prison. He had already lost some of his confidence to kill Qin Yu. But as long as the blazing sun fragment completed its swallowing, he would still become the final victor. He would become the new and unsurpassed blazing sun ruler of the myriad heavens. Bang! The ancient divine bow cried out again and again. The ancient divine spear flew out without end. Every time a star shattered, a new hole would be pierced through the absolute domain of the starry sea blazing sun. Soon, it turned into a ragged sieve. The most direct consequence was that the projection of the blazing sun that seemed to be extremely far away, which represented the blazing sun of the Sea of Stars, became dimmer and dimmer. At the same time, his complexion gradually paled. His eyes filled with shock, anger, and gloominess. A blazing sun ruling supreme wasn't just empty words. The starry sea blazing sun and Red Sea seemed to suffer losses in front of Misty and the Lord Ruler, but this was because they were both a part of returning to one. As for returning to one and returning to ruin, they were the only two existences in the myriad heavens. Their level already surpassed the myriad heavens, and they weren't within the range of the 9 blazing suns. As for others, even super powerhouses that had already ignited their Joss flame great Tao, existences like Emperor Qin or the Tao Master, none of them had the ability to cause any damage to the blazing sun. This wasn't a pure disparity in strength. Rather, they simply weren't on the same level. But now, Qin Yu had broken this record. He had used his own strength to counterattack and wound the blazing sun. No, if Qin Yu continued to shoot arrows and the ancient divine spear continued to fly out, once the entire starry sea was destroyed, the absolute domain of the starry sea blazing sun would only exist in name. Even with his unsurpassed boundary, if he didn't die he would be severely wounded. There were many reasons as to why it possessed such terrifying might. First, it was because of Qin Yu's cultivation. By igniting the Joss flame great Tao and superimposing the strength of the 9 realms, he had already stepped onto the peak. Second, it was because the 3 divine artifacts of the ancient race had been gathered together, forming a complete set of divine artifacts. A complete set of divine artifacts could superimpose upon each other, creating an astonishing degree of amplification. Third, it was because the great calamity of the ancient race in the past had been caused by the starry sea blazing sun himself. The 3 divine artifacts of the ancient race had their own spiritual wisdom. They had locked onto the land of destruction of the ancient race and caused an additional degree of damage to the starry sea blazing sun. These 3 points complemented each other. Without any one of them, there was no way to accomplish this. An astonishing scene occurred. With his status below the blazing sun, he had severely wounded the blazing sun. Dub. The starry sea blazing sun roared. Bang! In the next moment, he was sent flying away. The one who had attacked wasn't the ruler. It wasn't that she wasn't willing, but that she had been a step too slow and returning ruins had arrived first. Shut up. Returning ruins had a calm expression. No one is allowed to interfere in the battle for the position of the blazing sun. What he wanted was for Dub to win. As for what sort of price he would have to pay for this, returning ruins didn't care. Moreover, the one paying the price was the starry sea blazing sun. Was this important? Disregarding the fact that the starry sea blazing sun wouldn't die because of this, even if he did die, it would only mean that a new blazing sun would appear. It didn't matter that someone else could replace him. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. With his status below the blazing sun, he had broken the record and severely wounded a blazing sun. At this moment, Qin Yu seemed infinitely glorious. But, what meaning did this have? As long as the battle between the fragments of the blazing sun came to an end, Qin Yu would die a miserable death no matter how glorious he was. Returning ruins was more than happy to see Qin Yu continue to shine and sink into a blood feud with the ancient race, crazily seeking revenge on the starry sea blazing sun. This would only waste his precious time, and what Dub needed right now was time. Bang bang, one after another, the stars shattered. Qin Yu's momentum was like a crazed demon. His eyes turned blood red, as if a boundless sea of blood were roaring within. Kill, kill, kill. Take revenge for the ancient race. Chapter 1856. Every time a star projection was broken, a real star would be blown up in the depths of the sea of stars. And this would continue to cause damage to the star sea prodigy Sunday. His body trembled slightly. But now, the star sea blazing sun could only endure. This was because of the will of the endless ruins, and also because he knew that as long as the entire sea of stars wasn't extinguished, he would exist eternally. And what Qin Yu was doing now was making him suffer more pain and suffer some heavy wounds. But he wouldn't die. And as long as he didn't die, once this matter was over, the endless ruins would give him sufficient compensation. After realizing this, the star sea blazing sun calmed down. His eyes were icy cold as he stared at Qin Yu, who was constantly shooting out arrows from the ancient divine bow. It seemed incomparably powerful and possessed the strength to destroy stars, but this was destined to be Qin Yu's final bout of madness. Once the fragment of the blazing sun was swallowed up, he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. He was waiting for this moment to arrive. Qin Yu, wake up. You can't kill Dub like this. Don't be blinded by the hatred in your bloodline. The little blue lamp's voice resounded in his mind. But it was obvious that it didn't work. The blood-red color in Qin Yu's eyes became increasingly thick. Bang, the ancient divine spear shot through star after star. And now, the annihilation nothingness battlefield had covered the entire central desolate and was spreading to the surrounding desolate regions. Niu Dingtian led the Ox family and was one of the many fleeing soldiers. Although he wished he could run as far away as he could, the annihilation aura behind him left him panic-stricken. But right now, he wasn't the one with the final say in the group. Bai Feifei looked into the distance with interest. Perhaps in the eyes of others, all they could see was a pitch-black nothingness filled with the aura of annihilation. But to Bai Feifei, she could clearly see the center of the battlefield. Shooting suns is indeed an addictive thing. Once you start, it's hard to stop. But a person's strength is limited, but the sea of stars is endless. And most importantly, little Qin Yu, what you lack the most is time. If you continue shooting like this, I'm afraid the end you'll face won't be too good. Qin Chichi looked nervous. What happened to my brother? Bai Feifei patted her head. Don't worry, your brother is very impressive now. He's shooting arrows at the stars, and every shot is accurate. Perhaps you won't have to die, because even if I don't do anything, Qin Yu will play himself to death. Qin Chichi gritted her teeth. Nonsense. My brother is the most powerful. Even Emperor Qin was killed by him. He definitely won't die. What do you know, little girl? Was Qin Huang killed by your brother? Moreover, even if he did it, is it a glorious thing for him to kill himself? Bai Feifei knocked her on the head. Don't be so nervous, it's useless. With your cultivation, you won't be able to help at all. Qin Chichi fell silent. She did not want to believe Bai Feifei's words. However, her instincts told her that Bai Feifei was not lying. Her brother seemed to be in danger, and she could only watch from afar. As he thought about it, his eyes reddened. Niu Dudu watched from afar and panicked when she saw Qin Chichi crying. Hey! What did you do to Chichi? Niu Dingtian was so frightened he almost fainted. He hurriedly said, Shut up, little ancestor. Ahem, children don't know any better. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to her level. Bai Feifei smiled. This little girl is a little interesting. Since you're so interesting, I'll let you live a little longer. I'll kill you when I'm tired of it. She stretched and turned back. Meaty, in this situation, it doesn't seem to matter whether I make a choice or not. Are you sure you want to continue following me? Swish, Meaty's figure appeared. Niu Dingtian's face lit up. He hurriedly cupped his hands. You're here. Meaty's face was expressionless. Bai Feifei, you haven't decided yet. You must be hesitating. No matter what happens in the end, I hope you can think clearly before you make a decision. Don't let yourself regret it. Bai Feifei smiled. You think too much. Whether my decision is right or wrong, I won't regret it. She lifted her hand and snapped her fingers. Hurry up and leave. The endless ruin is already suspicious. If we speak a few more words, I fear he will discover us. I don't care, but you will be in big trouble. Meaty looked at Niu Dingtian. Whatever she wants, just cooperate. Don't do anything else. She turned and left. Swish, she vanished from sight. Niu Dingtian's face stiffened. He awkwardly said, Meaty's reminder seems to think too highly of me. I didn't even think of anything. Bai Feifei's lips curled up. Is that so? Her eyes seemed to be smiling and not smiling. Niu Dingtian's back was soaked in a cold sweat. Fine. But Bai Feifei had no intention of acting out. She turned and continued to look at the battlefield of annihilation, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. In truth, she didn't know what she was hesitating about. Hadn't she appeared in order to resist the will of Returning One? If that was the case, she would just kill Qin Yu. In fact, Bai Feifei didn't even need to do anything. As long as she appeared in front of the endless ruin, he would take care of everything. But now, Bai Feifei sighed. Women, sometimes, even they didn't know what they were thinking. She lifted a hand and knocked on her forehead. Then she would wait and see. She would make a decision after thinking it through. Tianshu frowned. Because he discovered that as Qin Yu continued to shoot arrow after arrow, his aura didn't weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. And his eyes were crimson. They seemed cruel and terrifying, filled with a madness that could destroy all things. But amidst this madness, there was a strange coldness to it. Madness and coldness. These two emotions wove together, causing Tianshu's heart to feel more and more uneasy. Because from the start of the battle until now, no matter how he looked at it, Qin Yu didn't seem like someone who could be so easily killed. And now, he was caught up in the blood feud of the ancient race. His actions of madly attacking the projection of the proud star sun Iramem were really too stupid. Could there be some hidden story behind this? Soon, Tianshu discovered that his guess was correct. Qin Yu suddenly stopped drawing the ancient divine bow and attacking the projection of the stars. Then, the tumbling crimson color in his eyes suddenly settled down. That's right, using the word settled to describe it was appropriate. All of the crimson color sank deep into his eyes, turning into a deep crimson ring. It was like a blood-red decoration had been inlaid into his pupils. When the ring condensed, Qin Yu's aura was restrained. He was like a stone or a log. He looked up, his eyes locking onto Tianshu. As he was covered by the crimson ring, Tianshu's heart shrank and a great sense of fear rose in him. He was like a peerless vicious beast that had broken free of its cage and regained its freedom. Kill. Qin Yu let out a deep breath and drew back the ancient divine bow. This time was different from before. Because of the support of the ancient divine armor, the ancient divine bow seemed to be covered in dragon scales. As the bowstring vibrated, blood energy gushed out. Hum, hum, the blood energy trembled and tumbled. All of the runes on the surface of the ancient divine spear were panting. They sucked in blood energy and turned a deep blood-red color, releasing an incomparably terrifying aura that annihilated the battlefield in the void. Muffled popping sounds rang out, as if the already annihilated void was being torn apart by a terrifying strength. Wherever the spear point pointed, Tianshu's complexion changed. At this moment, he felt an intense threat. It was like a great beast had opened its mouth and its red tongue swept across his face, leaving behind a burning pain. His heart violently beat. A cold and gloomy aura continuously eroded him, making it difficult for Tianshu to even breathe. Ah! Tianshu roared out loud. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. With a loud rumble, a sea of stars flowed in the skies, weaving together in front of him and turning into a radiant river of stars. I said, the river of stars is endless, life and death without end. In this world, no one can enter. In the next moment, the ancient divine spear shot out. It vanished in a flash and crashed into the river of stars in front of Tianshu. Bang! In an instant, thousands of stars exploded on the spot, causing small areas of the dazzling starry river to darken. Puff! The proud son of the starry skies spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shivered and his eyes widened. He roared out loud, impossible. At this time, his expression was even more incredulous than when Qin Yu first shot a star. This was because the strength of this arrow had nearly achieved a qualitative leap, reaching the boundary of the proud sun. The returning ruin had no expression. Demonization. Within his sleeves, he clenched his fists. The sovereign glanced at him. Yes, demonization. She shook her head. Who would have thought that this brat Qin Yu would be so bold and play such a dangerous game? Now, everything was clear. Qin Yu had allowed himself to sink into the ancient race's blood feud. Then, by shooting arrows again and again to shatter stars, he had enhanced his demonic nature. Thus, the scene just now occurred. Afterwards, he had subdued his demonic nature and restored his consciousness in a state of demonization, causing his strength to rise to an astonishing degree. But while this matter was simple to say, to accomplish, it was difficult and there were tremendous risks involved. As the saying goes, if you want to gain something, you must lose something. If Qin Yu wanted to obtain enough strength to increase his strength, he had to subdue an even more formidable demonic nature. But this demonic nature came from the heart and was the same as another part of his consciousness. This involved a confrontation of will and mind. If he wasn't careful, there was a chance he would suffer a backlash from the demonic nature and become a puppet controlled by it. Now, the greater the increase in strength that Qin Yu obtained, the more terrifying the risks he had to experience. Thus, even with the sovereign status, she couldn't help but sigh at Qin Yu's courage. And now, he had succeeded. Such a formidable demonic nature was equal to another Qin Yu. And with two Qin Yus superimposed on each other, it was enough to make up for the disparity between him and Dub. In fact, he could even reverse the situation. This was the reason for the current scene. The sovereign shook her head. She looked at the bottomless. Now, shouldn't it be my turn to speak? Let's make a bet first, so let's quietly watch. No one is allowed to interfere. Shua, the meaty figure, appeared, her expression faint. Or, if you want to fall out with me now, I will give you a chance. The bottomless was silent for a moment. Then, she said, then let's continue watching. The meaty figure's eyebrows rose up before she composed herself. The sovereign smiled. Bottomless, it seems you have some confidence in yourself. Can you speak a bit? The bottomless said, I cannot. Stingy. The sovereign curled her lips and yawned. I'm tired. Little Qin Yu, you can do it. Hurry up and finish your work. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted from the core of the annihilating void battlefield. Rumble, rumble, visible to the naked eye, the annihilating void shook and swept out in all directions. Their speed was astonishing and they contained a terrifying strength. The ancient divine spear thrust into the galaxy. Stars shattered and the galaxy rapidly dimmed. But soon, the shattered stars in the galaxy reappeared. They were like mountains that pressed down on the ancient divine spear. But this time, the dazzling stars in the galaxy were unable to suppress the ancient divine spear that was absorbing blood energy. Bang, air, bang, the stars that reappeared only lasted for a breath of time before breaking apart once more. The ancient divine spear broke forwards. Dub's complexion paled. This was because he discovered that the will that descended upon him was actually breaking apart. Because of this, the entire galaxy fell into a state of chaos, as if it would completely shatter in the next moment. And once the galaxy shattered, the ancient divine spear would pierce through Dub's chest. He had nowhere to run. Above his head, the two blazing sun fragments could clearly sense the situation between their masters. The great sun phantom that represented Dub began to shake, trying to draw out strength. The little blue lamp took this chance to counterattack. It instantly swallowed up a portion of the strength that had been plundered. Stop! Dub roared. I can still persist. If you help me now, you will only make the situation worse. The great sun phantom calmed down. Swallow up the other fragment and we will naturally win. Dub took a deep breath and looked straight at Qin Yu. Even if I fall into depravity, you cannot kill me. Vast and boundless galaxy, stabilize for me. Rumble, rumble, the galaxy shook. Qin Yu was expressionless. He stepped forwards, directly breaking into the edge of the galaxy. He grasped the ancient divine spear in his hand. In his other hand, the ancient divine bow began to change. The ancient divine armor that covered it automatically fell off and covered Qin Yu's body. At the same time, the ancient divine bow rapidly bent, forming an ancient divine crown that fell on Qin Yu's head. Bang! When Qin Yu grasped the ancient divine spear, the aura it erupted with rose once more. His arm exerted strength. The ancient divine spear trembled as if it had sunk into mud, slowly pushing forward. His palm touched the divine spear. Because it couldn't withstand the strength of the ancient divine spear, tiny cracks began to appear. Blood gushed out, spreading along the runes of the ancient divine spear. This added a touch of blood to the ancient divine spear, making it even more intense. Spear piercing through the galaxy, blood began to seep out from Dub's orifices. This was the backlash of his will being forcefully destroyed. But his eyes were still calm, without the slightest hint of fear or despair. That was because this was a battle of death where there was only one of them. The victor would reap the harvest and seize the other blazing sun fragment, becoming the new ruler of the blazing sun. If he failed, he would be beyond redemption. Dub had no path of retreat, so he could only fight with everything he had. Either Qin Yu would pierce through the galaxy with his spear and kill him, or the blazing sun fragment would completely swallow it, making the blazing sun complete and instantly reverse the situation. At this moment, the world was silent. Everyone, including returning void and returning one, was quietly waiting. This was because they knew that this battle that symbolized the birth of a new blazing sun would soon come to an end. Chapter 1857. The winner is about to be decided. Bai Feifei scratched her head. How vexing. I haven't thought it through yet. She turned to look at Qin Chichi. Little girl, what do you think I should do? Qin Chichi's eyes brightened, her heart filled with joy. Bai Feifei's expression seemed to indicate that Qin Yu had the last laugh. Little girl, you're right. From the looks of it, Qin Yu has a higher chance of winning. Bai Feifei sighed. That's why I'm vexed. If I do nothing, it won't be fitting for my position. She raised a hand and grabbed Qin Chichi. What are you doing? Niu Dudu glared at her. Bai Feifei smiled. Little girl, I think you're interesting, but you can't waste your time on interesting things. She was smiling, but her eyes were cold. Niu Dingtian's heart shrank. Dudu, stand down, he said in a low voice. Bai Feifei glanced at old Niu, then disappeared with Qin Chichi in tow. Great ancestor. Niu Dudu was anxious. Qin Yu asked you to take care of Chichi. How can you just sit back and watch? If anything happens to her, how are we going to explain it to Qin Yu? Niu Dingtian smiled bitterly, his back drenched in cold sweat. That look just now had almost stopped his heart. It was only now that it had calmed down. Little ancestor, keep your voice down, or our Niu family will be wiped out today. Staring at the spot where Bai Feifei had disappeared, he smiled bitterly. This lady is someone we can't afford to offend. The next moment, Bai Feifei stepped out from the core of the annihilation nothingness battlefield, holding Qin Chichi in her hand. In an instant, she attracted everyone's attention. The ultimate ruin's eyes glowed brightly. With one look at Bai Feifei, she knew the source of her power. Her gaze fell on the Lord Ruler, then swept over the expressionless Misty beside her. She understood everything. No wonder Misty had suddenly left, and she had returned empty-handed. It must have been because of the little girl in Bai Feifei's hand. Interesting. The ultimate ruin smiled. Gui Yi, this is a pleasant surprise for this seat. The Lord Ruler returned a smile. There are indeed many things in this world that you and I cannot control, and do not wish to see. But this is the reality, and it doesn't change according to anyone's will, including you and me. So, bottomless ruins, are you prepared to fall out with me now? The returning ruin shook his head. No, I have no such intention. His smile faded a bit. As long as Gui 1 and you 2 continue to remain silent, I can act as if nothing has happened and fulfill our previous bet. After all, things like falling out with him always have some risks. It's the same for both of us. Misty sneered, hypocrite. The sinkhole did not mind. The Lord Ruler thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's not turn hostile for now. Let's all do less risky things. Her eyes were deep and calm. Although Bai Feifei is here, the situation may not be as you think, ultimate. The sinkhole nodded. I shall wait and see. On the other side, Qin Yu, who was wielding the ancient divine spear, saw Bai Feifei, who had suddenly appeared and grabbed Qin Chichi. He frowned, and his eyes turned solemn. If Niu Dingtian could clearly sense how terrifying Bai Feifei was, Qin Yu could naturally sense it even more clearly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock and anger in his heart. Bai Feifei, what do you want? Qin Yu asked in a low voice. Bai Feifei smiled charmingly. Your Excellency, your words are a little too direct. But I really like straightforward men. She paused, then continued, so out of respect for your liking, I've decided to give your Excellency a chance. She released her hand, and Qin Chichi floated in front of her, enveloped by an invisible force. Bai Feifei smiled brightly. First, let me reintroduce myself to your Excellency. My name is Bai Feifei, but you can also call me Gui 1. Well, to put it simply, I'm Gui 1's evil hedron. She suddenly lifted her hand and knocked on her forehead. This is a little complicated, and I'll have to explain it to your Excellency. Gui 1 is a woman, and for some reason, this woman kept splitting herself. She split herself up, and in the process, I appeared. Gui One wanted to help your excellency, and as the evil Hedron, I was born to kill your excellency. Qin Yu's pupils shrank, and a complex look appeared in his eyes. He had some guesses about the Lord and Misty, and now Bai Feifei's words had finally confirmed it. So that's how it was. Bai Feifei smiled. Your excellency, don't be so emotional. Let's get down to business. She lifted a hand and pointed at Qin Chichi. Ahem, girls are always thin-skinned, so I'll let it go this time. In any case, I'm willing to give your excellency a chance to make a choice. 1. I kill Qin Chichi. 2. If you choose to let her die, I promise I won't do anything to your excellency. 2. You are of noble character and unquestionable integrity. You keep your promise to Qin Chichi, and you won't let her suffer any harm. You voluntarily let me kill her. Out of my admiration for you, I promise your excellency that Qin Chichi will live on unscathed. Bai Feifei clapped her hands. All right, I'm done. Isn't it simple? It's just a multiple-choice question. Now, Qin Yu, you can answer the question. Although I look gentle, I'm actually an impatient person, so hurry up. Don't take too long. Rumble, the ancient divine spear, was still advancing with unparalleled ferocity. It was already very close to Dub's chest. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yu would be able to kill Dub immediately and become the final victor of this battle. But now, the pause button had been pressed. Qin Yu frowned as he looked at Qin Chichi, who was in front of Bai Feifei. Brother. Qin Chichi shouted. Don't worry about me. Tears streamed down her face. I'm already very satisfied that I was able to find you and have you as my brother. She wiped her tears. If you die because of me, Chichi will suffer for the rest of her life. She will never be happy again. With a thought, Bai Feifei sent Qin Chichi into a coma. Little girl, you're trying so hard to persuade someone to kill themselves. Are you stupid? Lifting his head, Zhongxian said, however, it's really enviable to have someone who would rather die than harm your younger sister. So, Qin Yu, you have to think carefully. Are you going to kill Qin Chichi, or are you going to die? This choice is indeed a little difficult. Even if it were me, I would also find it difficult to make a decision. Qin Yu took a deep breath and looked at Qin Chichi. It's not difficult. I choose to let Chichi live. Bai Feifei raised her brows. You're so hasty. Are you sure you're thinking this through and not acting on impulse? Qin Yu, you can't be impulsive. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Qin Yu was expressionless. I've never regretted my decisions. He looked up at Bai Feifei. If you want to kill me, do it. But remember your promise. Make sure Chichi lives on. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, on account of our friendship, I have a favor to ask of you. Bai Feifei smiled. Someone who's about to die naturally has some privileges. Speak. Qin Yu said, wipe Chichi's memory and make her forget what happened today. Pa, Bai Feifei waved her hand, feeling touched. What a good brother. You're about to die, but you're still thinking about such things. She raised her hand. I agree. Let's do it. Bang, a terrifying aura instantly erupted. At this moment, Bai Feifei's eyes turned pitch black, without the slightest other color. She stared at Qin Yu. The aura of death descended, thick and intense. Her mind instinctively shivered. At this moment, Qin Yu felt an irresistible sense of destiny. It was as if he was destined to die by Bai Feifei's hands, and no one could change it. Shua Bai Feifei vanished and reappeared in front of Qin Yu. She lifted a hand and touched his forehead. Bang, meaty flesh erupted with a terrifying aura. The returning ruin lifted a hand and grasped forward. If you do anything, you will be tearing up our bet and I will show no mercy. He was only a phantom and no expression could be seen on his face. But, one could easily feel his furrowed brows. Every wrinkle on his forehead emitted a thick and heavy pressure, as if he were a frozen mountain in the middle of winter. He was strong to the extreme. Compared to his previous conceding and enduring attitude, he was like a completely different person. The ruler lifted a hand. Meaty flesh frowned. He's going to die. The ruler's pavilion was expressionless. He won't. Her tone was calm. Qin Yu won't die. I guarantee you that. In the next moment, the finger pointed at Qin Yu's forehead suddenly froze. The black-eyed, long-haired Bai Feifei frowned, a look of helplessness on her face. You're actually willing to die. Qin Yu, you don't play by the rules. How annoying. The returning ruin suddenly spoke. His calm voice echoed through the entire annihilation-nothingness battlefield. Bai Feifei, since you know why you are here, then you should know that if Qin Yu doesn't die today, then the one who will die will be you. Bai Feifei looked up, a helpless look on her face. Can't you speak a little more tactfully? You keep saying things like die and die, it's really annoying. And aren't we clearer than you about these things? Her pitch-black eyes seemed to reflect the entire annihilation-nothingness battlefield, a terrifying killing intent boiling within them. Her fingertip was only a hair's breadth away from Qin Yu's forehead. Just a hair's breadth away. If she wanted to, she only needed to gently poke forward and she could send Qin Yu straight to hell. Suddenly, Bai Feifei let out a long sigh. I've never been able to overcome the barrier of beauty in my life. I fell in love with a stinky man, and I'm willing to give up my life for him. There shouldn't be anyone else like me. She flicked her finger between Qin Yu's eyebrows. You made the wrong choice, but you're also right. I owe you. In short, that's it. As she spoke, Bai Feifei smiled. Then, like a shadow, she rapidly faded, dimmed, and finally disappeared. Bai Feifei did not kill Qin Yu. Then she would kill herself. In fact, she had probably made this decision the moment she awakened. Otherwise, why would she hesitate and delay until now? As for why Bai Feifei would do this, she was indeed the evil aspect of unity, but she was also unity. Boom boom, the Lord Ruler and Metis auras rose at the same time. The evil aspect destroyed itself, and the strength that Bai Feifei had taken from unity was absorbed by each of them. As their auras erupted, an impulse surged from the depths of their hearts. They glanced at each other and then immediately separated. The Lord Ruler and Metis didn't say anything. But in reality, there were some things that could not be ignored just because they didn't say anything, or that they wouldn't happen. The returning ruin was expressionless. This is truly a regrettable matter. The calmer his tone was, the angrier he was. For the first time, the returning ruin felt regret. When Bai Feifei had appeared, he should have immediately turned hostile. Damn it. Bai Feifei was the result of the convergence of evil aspects. She would rather die than kill Qin Yu. Idiot. Yes. The Lord Ruler smiled. This is also beyond my expectations. He paused for a moment, then continued, but since Bai Feifei has disappeared, then this struggle should also come to an end. Metis didn't speak. She stepped forward and vanished, only to reappear in the next moment. Qin Chichi floated beside her, still unconscious. Returning ruin, don't have any ideas about her. Just now, for Qin Chichi, Qin Yu had actually been willing to give up his own life. She was clearly Qin Yu's lifeline. The returning ruin sucked in a deep breath. He looked at the two suns that were devouring each other. Dub couldn't turn the tables, so this was the only chance left. Now, it all depended on whether Qin Yu would kill Dub first, or whether Dub's suns would finish devouring each other first. Rumble rumble, the two blazing suns formed by the two fragments of the blazing suns roared loudly between each other, sounding like a rushing river. A terrifying swallowing strength constantly erupted, crazily plundering the other's strength. The little blue lamp found it difficult to persist. Qin Yu, kill him. A roar erupted from the depths of his heart. Grasping the ancient divine spear, Qin Yu looked up and locked onto Dub. He roared. Bang, the shaft of the spear hummed. A tyrannical and destructive aura wildly erupted. In the vast and resplendent galaxy, stars shattered one after another and were annihilated. Because his will was crushed and shattered, blood constantly seeped out from Dub's orifices. His eyes bulged out and the blood vessels on the surface turned crimson. He clenched his teeth and roared, Qin Yu, you can't kill me. Vast galaxy, suppress for me. Now, every second was a race against time. A new blazing sun was in charge of the struggle. In the final moments, the survivor would harvest everything and the loser would be beyond redemption. The returning ruin was expressionless. Faint fluctuations rose up around his phantom. Every single ripple contained an extremely terrifying energy that caused one's heart to palpitate and tremble. Beside him, although the ruler and Misty didn't say anything, the fluctuations around the returning ruin disappeared the moment they approached them. The Red Sea, the Star Ocean Prodigy, the Star Ocean Prodigy, the Star Ocean Prodigy, the Star Ocean Prodigy, and the others subconsciously backed away. They had personally witnessed the war between the returning ruin and the returning ruin. They absolutely didn't want to be sucked into it. Space condensed. The entire annihilation nothingness battlefield fell deathly silent. Suddenly, above his head, the two suns formed by the two suns fused together, releasing an even more dazzling divine light. What followed was an endless and boundless aura that suppressed the infinite heavens. Puff! A deep sound echoed out at almost the same time. The ancient divine spear pierced through Dub, crushing his heart to pieces. He spat out great mouthfuls of blood. But he revealed a delighted smile. Chinyu, you've lost. Chapter 1858. The two blazing suns merged into one. The swallowing of the fragments of the blazing suns had been completed. Chinyu grasped the ancient divine spear, his eyebrows tightly furrowed together, as if he didn't hear Dub's laughter. He stared at Dub's chest that had been pierced by the ancient divine spear. His eyes were especially earnest. He seemed to be very interested in the scene formed by the blood and flesh being torn apart and the blood splattering everywhere. Now, the hideous flesh and blood on the exposed wounds were trembling, and as they trembled, some sort of powerful healing power was released. It ignored the destructive strength released by the ancient divine spear and was rapidly repairing the wound in Dub's chest. This regenerative strength was so formidable that Chinyu's knuckles couldn't help but shiver. This was the strong rejection of his flesh and blood towards something foreign. But Chinyu didn't let go. His trembling knuckles turned white as he gripped the ancient divine spear, resisting the regenerative strength of his flesh and blood. Dub had already stopped vomiting blood. His pale face even began to flush red. It was clear he had recovered a great deal. He stared at Chinyu's silent eyes and his laughter became much softer. But his laughter became even heavier, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. There was also an unconcealable arrogance in his eyes. It's useless. You and I both know that the victor will obtain everything. Yes, you are inconceivably strong after joining the demonic path. You were even able to fatally wound me. But in the end, I won. Why continue to persist in such a meaningless manner? To calmly accept one's own fate and perish like this is also a kind of grace. The victor could always maintain a higher attitude. For instance, Dub's current tone and expression. He tried his best to appear calm and indifferent, as if everything was within his expectations. But the subtle expressions on his face betrayed the joy and excitement in his heart. He should be like this. Because from today onwards, the 9 blazing suns in the world would become whole once more. And Dub would become the new ruler of the blazing suns. No, it was more accurate to say that the moment the 2 fragments of the blazing suns fused together, he had become the ruler of the blazing suns. So what if his chest was pierced through? So what if his heart was broken into countless pieces? He was the ruler of the blazing suns, he was an undying existence. Chinyu's knuckles shook even more violently, spreading to his palm and then to his entire arm. His frown deepened, but at this moment, his eyes became even brighter. He stared at Dub's chest with an increasingly earnest expression. Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear it, but under his unwavering focus, the speed at which the torn flesh and blood on Dub's chest began to wriggle and heal slowed down. The drop occurred suddenly, but it did not last for an instant. Instead, it was a continuous, uninterrupted process. Thus, when Tianshu looked down at the wound on his chest, disbelief appeared on his face, and confusion appeared in his eyes. "Why?" Chinyu suddenly said. His voice was a bit hoarse, like 2 hard and rough stones rubbing against each other. "Because you're dead." The trembling, rolling, cracked flesh returned to normal at this moment. Perhaps because he had lost too much blood, there was a trace of inauspicious paleness, just like Dub's complexion right now. However, because his face was filled with shock, confusion, and intense emotions, it was easy to overlook Tianshu's pale face. Pain and weakness gushed out from his chest, spreading to his limbs and bones. Sky Pivot looked at Qin Yu across from him. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Bang! With a loud bang, Dub's body exploded. Along with this loud bang, his soul was annihilated and dissipated. The loser was beyond redemption. Above his head, the blazing sun that had fused into one began to shake, as if it couldn't accept what had just happened. It had clearly succeeded in swallowing the other fragment, but its host had been killed by someone. A chaotic and unstable aura erupted from the blazing sun, setting off massive waves in the battlefield of annihilation. It was far greater than the battle between Qin Yu and Dub. The reason was simple. Because at this moment, the blazing sun had returned to its complete form. The eruption of its strength was equal to the eruption of a blazing sun. But what was regrettable was that there weren't many spectators for such an astonishing scene, or perhaps, the few spectators in the world were all focused on something else. They simply didn't have the mind to pay attention to what was happening to Qin Yu. Because a great battle was about to begin, the Returning One and the Returning One, these two existences that truly stood at the peak of the world, the only two existences in the world, were now facing off against each other. Even though neither of them spoke, and neither of them released any terrifying aura, Lin Feng was still able to sense it. But at this time, the silence between them, as well as the stifling pressure that made it difficult to breathe, were all unconcealed. It was a sign that a terrifying battle was about to arrive. The 8 blazing suns drew back. Facing this battle, no matter what attitude they had, they rationally chose to remain silent and watch. The blazing suns were indeed existences that illuminated the world. Each one of them was nearly invincible, but the more they were like this, the more they understood the disparity between them and the Returning One and the Returning One. Misty stepped forward. "If you want to fight, then let's fight." Her face was expressionless and her eyes were even colder than before. As she stared at the Returning One, it seemed as if all things within her were being destroyed. The Lord Ruler said, "Don't be in such a hurry. We cannot attack first. After all, whoever broke the bet will have to pay a price." Across from him, the Returning One was silent. It only frowned, as if it didn't know what excuse it would use to complete the matter of falling out. In the core of the Annihilation Realm's void battlefield, the blazing sun's unstable aura gradually stabilized after reaching a certain level. Then, it gave off a feeling that it would soon settle down. This was a matter of course. Once 2 blazing suns became one, they wouldn't break apart so easily. Moreover, this blazing sun now had a master. If Qin Yu didn't agree, then no matter how much it made a fuss, it would still have to lower its head in the end. The Returning One took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked deeply at the Lord Ruler and Misty across from him and then turned to leave. Sure, the phantom vanished like this. A calm voice spread out, "I am a man of my word. Since the bet has failed, from this day forth, Qin Yu is the new blazing sun." Red Sea frowned. A gloomy light flashed in her eyes. For the Returning One to leave so decisively was beyond her expectations. But since the Returning One had chosen to back down, she certainly didn't have the qualifications to try anything else. "Your Excellency Returning One, farewell." In the Annihilation Realm's void battlefield, the great sun projection that represented Red Sea vanished from sight. The starry sea blazing sun was incomparably weak. "Two sirs, I will take my leave." He vanished. In the starry sea, countless stars had shattered and his absolute domain had been trampled upon. He had suffered heavy wounds and needed to go into seclusion to cultivate as soon as possible. No matter what, since Qin Yu had become the new blazing sun, he would have to pay the price for his previous actions. The starry sea blazing sun didn't regret his actions. Of course, this was also because regret was meaningless. What was done was done. The past couldn't be erased, or perhaps, even if time flowed backwards, he would still make the same choice. The blazing suns bowed and left. Soon, the Annihilation Realm's void battlefield fell into absolute silence. All that was left was the Lord Ruler and Misty. Their gazes collided in midair. The Lord Ruler spoke first. She curled her lips and said, "This Returning One fellow is far too sinister. He is gambling that the two of us won't be able to resist killing each other. That's right. Misty nodded, her eyes calm. But you and I must admit that although the returning one is a bit sinister, his calculations aren't wrong. Between the two of us, there must be a result. The Lord Ruler nodded, agreeing with these words. How about we wait a little longer? This was her suggestion. Misty hesitated for a moment. All right, then we'll wait a little longer. The Lord Ruler glanced at Chinyu and then turned to leave. The two of you are more familiar with each other, so I'll leave him to you to take care of. I'm going back to take a nap first. After speaking, he left. Misty stared at the place where the Lord Ruler left. She quietly watched for a moment. Her face was expressionless and it was unknown what she was thinking. Her eyes were even quieter than before. Chinyu opened his eyes. He looked up at the skies, at the calmly burning blazing sun. He could feel its strength and scorching heat, and at the same time he could clearly feel the strength he currently possessed. With a single thought, he could sense the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. The only difference was that there were some places that he could clearly sense and some places that were a bit blurry. If it was said that the true sovereign realm could be said to be something that could be reached in a single year, then to the blazing sun, it was something that could be reached with a single thought. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds were included within. This was an indescribable strength that he was well aware of. It was like lifting a hand, and plucking the sun and moon was as simple as eating and drinking. Incomparably formidable. And at the same time, some of the ancient memories that accompanied the blazing sun, along with the birth of the new blazing sun, directly fused into his mind. Chinyu couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows as he withstood the faint stabbing pain. There were far too many memories. Countless images flashed through his mind, making Chinyu feel as if he were in a dream. It was as if he had personally experienced all of this before, and it was only now that he recalled it. After a long time, the stabbing pain in his mind vanished. Chinyu took a deep breath and looked at Misty walking towards him. A complex light appeared in his eyes before he composed himself. Should I call you Misty, or return to one? I prefer the first name, even though I am returned to one. Misty had a calm expression. Looking at Chinyu in front of her, she couldn't help but smile. It wasn't too large and it wasn't too obvious, but it was enough to show her mood. Chinyu nodded. Misty, I'll have to trouble you to look after Chichi for a bit longer. He looked up at the great sun above his head. Little blue lamp. The great sun hummed and trembled. It instantly vanished. When it reappeared, it was in Chinyu's hand. And at this time, its appearance was that of a palace lantern that emitted a deep blue light. It was the size of a thumb and exuded an ancient aura. Chinyu, congratulations. I also have to congratulate you. After all, if I had been any slower, you would have been swallowed up. Then I should congratulate you too. The little blue lamp's voice was filled with happiness. They had succeeded. At this moment, the little blue lamp's consciousness flew far away. It thought back to a long, long time ago, to a dark night when it first met Chinyu. At that time, a youth who had an old illness and didn't have much longer to live, on the verge of death, had grabbed onto that deep blue light. Thus, there had been all sorts of storms and all sorts of ups and downs. In order to avoid being discovered and causing irreversible consequences, the little blue lamp had been in a nearly hidden state for a long period of time, vanishing from Chinyu's cultivation world. But, they were both well aware that they were one complete entity and had never been separated for even a moment. Growing step by step, strengthening step by step, the ignorant youth and the weak little blue lamp had finally arrived at this day. Chinyu lifted a hand and grasped the little blue lamp. The desolate domain was destroyed because of you and me, and it will also be restored by you and me. He lifted his hand and slammed it down. Thus, the internal rules of the desolate domain that had become the battlefield of annihilation began to rebuild itself. The river of time that flowed through it seemed as if someone had lifted up its tail, causing the flow of time within to reverse. The spreading power of annihilation began to retreat, spitting out everything it had swallowed. The world was being restored. What was being restored were the lives that had been swallowed up by the annihilation of nothingness. And this was the terror of a blazing sun. With a single thought, he could reverse the river of time. Niu Dingtian, who was hiding outside the battlefield of annihilation of nothingness and waiting for news, suddenly widened his eyes as he looked at the scene before him with horror. It's over. He subconsciously whispered to himself, making his own judgment. But at this time, his mind was blank. This was because in his opinion, reversing the river of time was simply an inconceivable miracle. A true sovereign realm martial artist could also control the time laws, but it was impossible for them to accomplish this, much less reverse an entire world on such a massive scale. Niu Dudu's eyes widened. Did Big Brother Qin win? Niu Dingtian paused, then shook his head. I don't know. At the same time, the frantically fleeing Emperor realm martial artists were watching the scene unfold before their eyes. They all wanted to know what had happened. Little Meaty said, repairing the world isn't a big deal, but why resurrect them? You've just become a blazing sun, so you should cherish your own strength. Qin Yu smiled. Although I'm not a saint who advocates for mercy, love, and compassion, the people of this world are facing this catastrophe because of me. I can't just ignore it. He turned to look at Little Meaty. When all this is over, we'll find a place to sit, drink, and chat. Little Meaty nodded. All right. She blinked. But this is such a good opportunity to show our divinity. Are you really going to let it go? Qin Yu shook his head. With my current status, isn't it a piece of cake for me to show my divinity? There's no need to waste energy today. He raised a hand, and Qin Chichi flew over, her fingertips touching his forehead. Ah! Qin Chichi's eyes shot open with a shudder. She stared at Qin Yu with wide eyes. Brother! She threw herself at Qin Yu and hugged him tightly. Qin Yu wrapped his arms around her, his face full of smiles. I'm fine. He stroked her hair. Don't be afraid, Chichi. It's all in the past. Qin Chichi nodded vigorously and leaned into Qin Yu's embrace, feeling incomparably at ease. This is big sister Little Meaty. Greet her. Qin Chichi bowed obediently. Little Meaty grinned. Good girl. You're not bad, Chichi. You were very brave earlier. You're a good girl. Qin Chichi blinked. Big sister Little Meaty. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Little Meaty smiled. I think so too. Ah, it looks like we're fated to meet. Liaosha's figure appeared in Qin Yu's mind as he watched this scene. However, he knew very well that what was gone was gone. Moreover, he had an even more difficult choice to make. Chapter 1859. The two fragments of the blazing sun had fused and become a complete blazing sun. Qin Yu had killed Dub and become the new blazing sun. There was no doubt that it was impossible to coexist. In the end, there had to be a struggle. And this clearly applied to His Excellency Ruler and Meaty. Returning to one was returning to one. It was the only existence in this world. Today, the competition for the blazing sun had ended and the ultimate had lost the bet. The reason why it had not turned hostile was very clear. He knew that there would be a battle between His Excellency Ruler and Meaty, and this battle would be the opportunity for the ultimate. The desolate domain was being repaired. Qin Yu carefully sensed and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Destruction was always simpler than repair, so the entire process would probably take another day. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, Meaty, I have something to do. You guys go first. Up to you. She pulled Qin Chichi. Big sister will take you somewhere fun. Qin Chichi subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Seeing that he did not say anything, she nodded. Meaty reached out and pinched Qin Chichi's little face. Little girl, you just said that you are familiar with Big Sister. We are your big brother's best friends. Qin Chichi was slightly embarrassed. Swish, the two disappeared. Qin Yu took a deep breath and raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. His face was tired because he did not know what to do next and what position he should take. Forget it. After all, there were some things that he had to face in the end, and it was not something he could control. Swish, Qin Yu took a step forward. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of Niu Dingtian. Qin Yu. Startled, Niu Dingtian subconsciously exclaimed. Then, his eyes widened in shock. Since it was Qin Yu who had appeared in front of him, there was no doubt that the outcome of this terrifying battle was very clear. He had won. Although Niu Dingtian didn't know what this result meant for the time being, it didn't stop him from feeling the unfathomable aura from Qin Yu. Like an abyss. Like a vast land, like a vast sea of stars. Niu Dingtian did not know how strong Qin Yu was now, but at least it was a realm that he could not reach. Big brother Qin. Niu Dudu rushed over anxiously. Chichi was taken away by a woman called by Feifei. Have you seen her? Apart from the anxiety, there was also unconcealable apprehension, guilt, and self-blame. I'm sorry, we didn't protect Chichi well. As she spoke, her tears began to fall. Qin Yu smiled. Dodo, don't cry. Chichi is fine. I've already found her. At the thought of Bai Feifei, a flicker of emotion flashed across his eyes. Ah. Niu Dudu was overjoyed. Really? That's great. I was still worried about her. She hugged Qin Yu's arm and jumped up and down. Niu Dingtian coughed lightly and saluted respectfully. Your Excellency Qin Yu, please forgive me for my failure. At this moment, his heart was perturbed. The current Qin Yu was different from before. If the battle between Qin Yu and Qin Huang in Xianyang City was said to be terrifying, then the current Qin Yu was different from before. But now, it was beyond the realm of perception. Without a doubt, he had become even more powerful. Qin Yu said, Don't worry, Senior Niu. The Niu family helped me take care of Chichi, and I will remember that. I came here today to tell you about Chichi's whereabouts. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay here for long. Niu Dudu let go of his arm and looked disappointed. Big brother Qin, you're leaving now? Qin Yu smiled. I still have some matters to attend to. He cupped his hands. Goodbye. Swish, he disappeared immediately. Niu Dingtian let out a long breath. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe it away. He suddenly felt that he couldn't understand this world anymore. The previous Bai Feifei had suddenly changed into a different person. And today, Qin Yu was the same. However, the feeling that Qin Yu gave him was even more terrifying than Bai Feifei. It was as if he could decide the life and death of everyone with just a thought. Suddenly, Niu Dingtian gasped and came to a sudden realization. Since Qin Yu had won this terrifying battle, then the world that was being restored in front of him, and those living beings who had come back to life, was it because of someone? Another great Qin. Xianyang. Swish Qin Yu directly arrived. Emperor Qin and Imperial Preceptor Chen she knelt to the ground, respectfully bowing. Greetings, my lord. Qin Yu nodded. From today onwards, there will only be one great Qin in this world. As his voice fell, the final barrier between the two great Qin kingdoms completely disappeared. Space shook and the Joss Flame Spirit Qin Yu appeared. He respectfully bowed. Greetings, blazing sun-bearer. His background was enough for him to know just what had happened. Qin Yu had succeeded. After killing Dub, he had become one of the supreme existences that illuminated the entire world. And because of this, Qin Yu had obtained endless benefits. For instance, after becoming an Joss Flame Spirit, he had abandoned his mortal body and now possessed a physical body. His cultivation had risen several times over. Master, my dearest master, you've come. The chicken overlord flapped its wings, completely disregarding the face of the phoenix as it threw itself at Qin Yu. Now, it was certain that Qin Yu had become one of the thickest thighs in the world. As long as it held onto this thigh, it would be able to enjoy endless riches and glory in the future. And most importantly, no one would dare to provoke him in the least. Qin Yu kicked it away. Hurry up and screw off. He laughed and scolded. In his life of cultivation, besides the little blue lamp, this chicken overlord was likely the one that had accompanied him the longest. Although it had never been of much use, the existence of this idiot itself was a mark of his memories of his past years of cultivation. This made Qin Yu remember that he was Qin Yu. He wouldn't lose himself in the memories that gushed out from his mind and eventually forget himself. And this was the most important reason why Qin Yu had come. As for the great Qin, in the current desolate domain, even if Qin Yu didn't do anything, no one would dare to act recklessly. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu grasped his hand. The chicken overlord rapidly shrank until it was the size of a bird. He placed it on his shoulder. I still have matters to attend to. Take care. Sure, he turned and left. Emperor Qin's eyes widened. This, you're going to leave like this? There was only one great Qin in this world, but who did the authority of great Qin belong to? He had a guess in his heart, but he also found it hard to believe. The imperial scholar said, Your Majesty, your current boundary is beyond what you and I can imagine. The great Qin is your great Qin. This is how it is today, and it will not change in the future. A faint smile appeared on his face. Honorable Master, I'm afraid that even you didn't expect today's outcome. Master, where are we going? The chicken overlord cautiously asked. It grabbed onto Qin Yu's shoulder, its body like a stone, not daring to move. This was because at such a close distance, Qin Yu's current aura was far too terrifying. It was so terrifying that with every breath it took, it couldn't help but feel as if it would choke to death. The air that flowed through its nose and mouth would choke it to death. Qin Yu said, to the Goliath race. Since he was the Goliath sovereign, he had to give them an explanation. A floating island floated beneath the starry skies. Looking up, one could clearly see countless shining stars, quietly releasing their light. Qin Chichi's face was filled with shock. This was because these stars gave off a feeling that as long as she stretched out her hand, she could pluck them into her palm. Beautiful, right? Misty smiled. This place can be considered my temporary palace. I haven't been here for many years. She pointed. Do you see that? It's that star. Your big brother is right there. As she spoke, a trace of emotion appeared on her face. Soon, it faded away. Qin Chichi didn't notice. She looked away. What is my big brother doing? It's been so long and he still hasn't come. Misty's lips curved up. Don't worry, he can find this place. As for why he hasn't come, it's probably because he hasn't thought about it yet. Qin Chichi had a puzzled expression. What is big sister Misty talking about? Misty waved her hand. It's nothing. Children shouldn't ask about matters between adults. She smiled and rubbed Qin Chichi's head. Do you like this place, Chichi? Qin Chichi nodded. I like it. It's just too beautiful. It's good that you like it. From today onwards, this place is yours. Misty snapped her fingers. Countless starlight sprinkled down, instantly gathering at her fingertips and turning into a small ball of light. With a flick of her fingers, the ball of light sank into the space between Qin Chichi's eyebrows. She let out an ah and immediately looked flustered. Big sister Misty, no. I can't accept such a precious gift, just accept it. Misty smiled. All right, I have some things to discuss with your big brother. Go and play by yourself for a while. She waved her hand and Qin Chichi's figure disappeared. But now that she had become the owner of this place, she naturally wouldn't be in any danger. Misty turned around and stared behind her. Not going to hide anymore? The space shook and Qin Yu walked out. He smiled bitterly. Chichi can't accept such a precious thing. Misty rolled her eyes. You have the final say in my things. She waved her hand and interrupted Qin Yu. Or are you saying that you're not going to choose me, so you're too embarrassed to take my things? Qin Yu fell silent. Misty laughed coldly. You heartless fellow. How much have I helped you all these years? How can you not choose me? Qin Yu took a deep breath. Misty, you know that's not what I think. Why do you have to say that on purpose? I don't know what you think. Misty rolled her eyes. All right, let's eat and drink before we talk. The ground suddenly broke apart and a tender green sapling drilled out. It grew at an astonishing speed, instantly turning into two large trees. The branches automatically wove together, turning into a treehouse. Misty turned and walked up the steps. What are you standing around for? Come up. She plucked 2 wine fruits and tossed one to Qin Yu. She poked a hole in Misty's mouth and drank it all in a single gulp. She tossed it aside and plucked another one. Qin Yu frowned. But before he could speak, he was interrupted. Don't talk. Drink with me first. Okay, Qin Yu said in a low voice. The rootman chef moved quickly. But today, the two of them were only focused on getting drunk. By the time the table was filled with dishes, The ground was already covered with fruit shells. She intentionally didn't use her cultivation. Meeta's eyes were slightly lax and her face flushed red. Qin Yu, how much of your memories have you recovered? Qin Yu sat down on a deck chair and drank a mouthful of wine. A lot, but it's not complete. There are many fragmented places. Meety waved her hand. If you don't know, then ask. By today, you have the qualifications to know everything. Chapter 1860. Hearing these words, Qin Yu knew that the fog that had shrouded his mind and prevented him from seeing the world was finally about to disperse. But he didn't feel much joy in his heart. Rather, he was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a bit lost. But thinking about it, he felt that this was reasonable. He had desperately cultivated and risen, and after experiencing 2 life and death battles, he had become the new blazing sun. Now, he had the qualifications to solve the puzzles in his heart. But Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry to ask questions. He silently drank his wine and Meety didn't urge him. The treehouse fell silent. The confusion in his eyes gradually faded away. Qin Yu laid down the fruit wine and the table made of twigs. There was a light cracking sound. Who am I? His tone was calm and his movements were gentle. When he asked this question, his complexion didn't change at all. But as Meety heard Qin Yu's question, her eyes narrowed. A bit of surprise flashed in them, followed by a bit of appreciation. Finally, she composed herself. For you to ask this question, it can be seen that your ego hasn't swelled up because of your status as a blazing sun. You still maintain the necessary caution and caution. That is very good. Meety smiled. As she looked at Qin Yu, she thought that he was indeed worthy of being the person she had chosen. But she also felt that this was how things should be, otherwise it would seem that her judgment in people was too poor. But you shouldn't be asking me this question. You should be asking yourself. Meety pointed a finger at Qin Yu's chest. Ask your heart. Who are you willing to be? Who do you approve of from the bottom of your heart? Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Are you saying that the choice is mine? Of course. Meety said, in this world, there are many things that you cannot control. It isn't just you or all living beings in this world, but even I cannot follow my heart. But there is one thing that no one can stop you from doing, and that is what you want to become. Qin Yu fell into deep thought. After killing Dub, the 2 blazing sun fragments had fused together and returned to their complete state. Qin Yu had become the new blazing sun and had awakened many memories. Those strange and familiar scenes seemed to have been personally experienced by him. But Qin Yu was also incomparably clear that the one who experienced all of this wasn't him. So, he couldn't help but fall into a daze. Although he was calm, there was still an imperceptible fear hidden deep in his heart. This was because he wasn't sure whether or not he would be swallowed up by those memories in his mind and turn into another person. This was because, compared to the identity of Qin Yu, the other person's memories were undoubtedly much more numerous. The 2 were simply not on the same level. Now that little Meety had given him an answer, his fear gradually dissipated, allowing him to calmly look at the memories in his mind. Of course, there was another reason why Qin Yu was able to come to this conclusion. Even now, the memories in his mind were still very stable, without any abnormalities. After a long period of silence, Qin Yu took a deep breath. He looked up and smiled. I would rather be Qin Yu, because I am me, not anyone else. This was his choice. And when Qin Yu made his choice, those memories still existed in his mind. But there was an additional estrangement, as if an invisible barrier had been erected. Little Meety nodded. This is your right. She raised the wine fruit. Come, let's toast to your new life. Qin Yu drained the cup in one gulp. The simple conversation between the 2 just now, Qin Yu's simple silence, and then his choice, everything seemed simple and didn't take too much time. But the truth was that this was Qin Yu's new life. This was because if he had made another choice, he would have become another person. Even if the memories were the same, it would have represented a different ownership and mark. And while this difference didn't seem to make any difference, the truth was that there was a great difference. For instance, the Lord Ruler's attitude towards little Meety. They helped Qin Yu, but they weren't helping Qin Yu, or to be more precise, They were helping the person who left behind these memories. Little Meaty smiled. Did you never think that I would let you choose for yourself? Qin Yu nodded. I was a bit surprised. Little Meaty said, in truth, you are you. No matter how you change, it is all the same to us. She smiled, seeming to sense a flash of awkwardness and silence on Qin Yu's face. She continued to ask, is that the only question? Qin Yu said, of course not. Although I have already recovered my memories of the past, there are still many puzzles that I have yet to unravel. For example, the relationship between you and the endless ruin. Now, I already know that the destruction of the blazing sun back then was caused by the sinkhole's secret scheme. However, with his status, there's no need for him to do so. Little Meaty leaned back, and the branches automatically tightened, allowing the reclining chair to appear at the most comfortable angle and support her body. Actually, no matter how complicated the relationship is, it can still be discerned from the names. For example, the bottomless and me. She tapped her fingers lightly and pondered for a moment before saying, for example, the ultimate ruin means returning to silence and turning into nothingness. He represented the destruction of heaven and earth, the embodiment of the end of all living things. My other name is Return to One. You can understand it as all things return to one, or you can understand it as all things in the world come from one. Pointing at herself, Meaty blinked. Can you tell? I am the one from which all things originate. Before asking, Qin Yu had already guessed that returning void and returning to were existences that stood above the 9 blazing suns, so their status must be extremely lofty. But, when he heard Meaty's answer, he still felt his heart race. The origin of heaven and earth. A world of nirvana. Qin Yu slowly nodded, indicating for her to continue. Meaty smiled. In truth, there isn't much to say. The rough explanation is that all things in the world, since there is birth, there is also nirvana. It is similar to the relationship between life and death, existence and death. It is a relative existence that cannot be changed. So, with my existence, there will also be the endless ruin. Under normal circumstances, we can peacefully coexist, because between birth and death is an incomparably long period of existence. But, existence will eventually come to an end. That means that the world needs to be destroyed and then reborn, similar to a samsara process. But once the world is reborn, a new return to one and the endless ruin will be born. The endless ruin is not willing to accept this, thus everything that happened afterwards occurred. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He felt that there was a great deal of information contained within these words, leaving him confused for a moment. But in the end, he wasn't a foolish person. He soon found the most crucial part. He looked up at Meaty and said, you are saying that the reason the endless ruin arranged for the destruction of the blazing suns was because he was unwilling to accept it. In other words, Meaty smiled. That's right. You are the key to the world entering samsara and reopening a new era. This can also answer your previous question. Why is it that I can accept you no matter who you are? Because what I need is that special characteristic of yours. As for who you choose to be in the end, that is your own matter. I will not interfere. Why? Qin Yu frowned, a puzzled look on his face. There were 9 blazing suns between the heavens and earth. They hung high in the sea of stars, illuminating the entire world and sprinkling light upon all living beings. Why was it him? Meaty shook her head. I do not have an answer to this question of yours. Perhaps this is where the mysteries of the Creator lie. In short, it is you. Whether it is me or the endless ruin, both of us have confirmed this over and over again. Otherwise, the endless ruin wouldn't have expended so much effort to destroy a blazing sun and make a bet with me that they had already lost. Qin Yu let out a long breath. Since you don't know the answer, it seems there really is no answer. But, I am still curious. I hope that the truth will come to light in the future. He looked at Meaty. I have roughly guessed the contents of the bet. If that's the case, then there is no reason for the endless ruin to let me go. Meaty snapped her fingers. Perhaps it was because she had drunk too much wine and also because she deliberately didn't use her cultivation to resist it, but her eyes were a bit vacant and she revealed a bit of drunkenness. Her ruddy and fair face revealed a faint smile. You are smart. The endless ruin certainly won't give up. So, don't look at how you have become a blazing sun that stands at the peak of all creation. The truth is that there is still a great hidden danger that will erupt at any time and blow you to pieces. She shook her head and looked at Qin Yu. Hee, how tragic, how tragic. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. I think that since it wasn't easy for you to win this bet and both of us have put in so much effort, you shouldn't just watch on helplessly as the endless ruin kills me. That's right, how smart. Misty snapped her fingers again. She tilted her head back and gulped down several mouthfuls of wine. But the problem is that I am Misty right now and I am not returning one. If I were to face the endless ruin, I wouldn't have any chances of winning. In other words, even protecting myself is a problem. Even if I wanted to protect you, I wouldn't be able to. After going around in circles, the topic finally returned to the matter that neither of them wanted to face, but they had to face it. Misty and the ruler's pavilion. This time, they came from returning one and were a part of returning one. But, each of them was incomplete. It was just like the little blue lamp and the other fragment of the blazing sun that Dub controlled in the past. If she wanted to guarantee that Qin Yu wouldn't be secretly harmed by the endless ruin, then she had to return to being complete. And if she became complete, that meant that one of them would disappear forever. Qin Yu was silent. Misty sneered. Quails cannot solve any problems, otherwise there wouldn't be so many delicacies in this world that are named after quails. So, we still have to face problems in the end. Do you really need me to remind you of such a simple truth? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I know, I understand. But, I still don't know from what standpoint I should interfere in this matter. The corners of little Misty's lips curled up into a mocking smile. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Little Misty, you know that there is an unreserved trust and approval between us. I am certain that you are my most trustworthy companion, but the Lady Ruler, she has also helped me countless times. Heh, man. Misty curled her lips, a look of disdain on her face. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about this matter. We will solve it ourselves. But, I just want to ask you, if you had to choose, who would you prefer? This was a choice. A light and fluttering choice, one that only Qin Yu needed to move his lips. He didn't even need to do anything, nor did he need to bear any consequences or pay any price. But, he hesitated. He looked at Misty and bitterly smiled, unable to say anything in the end. Across from him, Misty's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. The coldness and ridicule on her face grew stronger and stronger. But as she looked at Qin Yu's face and saw the heartfelt bitterness and helplessness on it, she lowered her head and drank some more. Little man, I won't tease you anymore. Her voice calmed down and her expression returned to tranquility. Regarding this matter, no matter what your attitude is, it won't affect you at all. After a brief pause, little Misty continued to say, in fact, if you respond to this, then whether you choose me or her, I will be deeply disappointed. After all, you will no longer be the Qin Yu that I am familiar with. Although Misty appeared calm and relaxed, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt deep in his eyes. But, this guilt didn't last for too long. Misty, who seemed to have drunk too much, suddenly stood up and fell forwards. Qin Yu subconsciously reached out a hand. Immediately, a warm and fragrant fragrance filled his body. The amazing sensation caused him to stiffen and his eyes to widen. Even the faint traces of drunkenness instantly retreated. Misty hugged him and leaned close to Qin Yu's ear. You should know by now that she and I are one. In your past life, those important women were in truth a part of us. In other words, you can think of me as one of them, and the truth is that I am one of them. These words were difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand with simple logic. But, Qin Yu was well aware that little Misty wasn't wrong. So, his body stiffened. But, his widened eyes subconsciously narrowed. After suppressing his panic, all that was left was tranquility. Misty, what are you trying to say? Misty looked up, bitterness in her eyes. Can't you understand a beautiful woman who has been lonely for so many years? Qin Yu shook his head. I can't. He held on to Misty's shoulder and pushed her away from his chest. As the soft and tender feeling disappeared, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But he immediately suppressed it. Although I don't know what game you are playing, you should know that I am not someone who is controlled by my lower body. On the contrary, I have a question that I haven't had time to ask yet. Will they be able to come back? In truth, this was the question that Qin Yu was most concerned about. They were one, about this matter. Qin Yu had spent a long time thinking about it. He had already come to accept it and acknowledge it. But this didn't mean that just because Qin Yu accepted it meant he could forget about them. Misty rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. How boring. Qin Yu, you brat, can't you just cooperate with me a little? A calm voice suddenly sounded out. If he was willing to cooperate with you, or if he didn't hesitate to hug you and fall down, then he wouldn't be Qin Yu. At some unknown time, the ruler had appeared at the edge of the treehouse. She looked off into the distance, as if she hadn't noticed the intimacy between Qin Yu and Misty. But, without a doubt, she had seen everything. Chapter 1861. The air fell silent. Although he knew he hadn't done anything, at this moment, Qin Yu felt as if he had been caught in the act, or perhaps it was the awkwardness of having failed. His face stiffened. Little Misty glanced at him. She was still as light as before, as if she didn't care at all. Or perhaps, everything that had happened before had been a deliberate act for the Lord Ruler to see. It was just that she hadn't achieved her goal. With your appearance, even if you didn't do anything, there is no way for you to wash yourself clean. As she spoke, she drank several mouthfuls of wine. Perhaps she really was drunk and her hand wasn't steady, causing the wine to spill onto her chest and wet a large area. The originally thick and inconspicuous cloth instantly became translucent, outlining a faintly discernible amorous feeling. Qin Yu looked down. His eyes seemed to have been electrocuted and he drew back, no longer moving. Little Misty's lips curved up in a mocking smile. She was clearly mocking Qin Yu's current performance. Enough, the Lord Ruler said. His voice was extremely calm, but the smile on little Misty's face immediately restrained. The Lord Ruler turned and looked at Qin Yu. She continued to use a calm tone to reply to his previous question. I cannot. This was a bit sudden and left one confused. But Qin Yu only paused for a moment before falling silent. The silence here didn't just refer to keeping one's mouth shut. Rather, it was a deep emotion that came from the heart. It was like a black sea under the curtain of night. Although the waves tumbled about, it inevitably gave off a lifeless feeling. He knew that the Lord Ruler's reply was the last question, but he still wanted to confirm it one more time. He took a deep breath and slowly said, There is no possibility. The Lord Ruler shook her head. No. She paused. This is like a great river that rushes through the heavens and earth. Perhaps there were many tributaries that crisscrossed the vast earth, each with its own scenery. But one day, the world is suddenly lifted up by the tail, causing the river water of the tributaries to gather into the great river. They become one, unable to be separated again. Even if they were truly separated and the river water was poured back into the tributaries, all that would be obtained would be a new river. It would have no relation to the past. Looking at the silent Qin Yu, the ruler thought for a moment and said in a much gentler voice, Perhaps this analogy isn't appropriate, but it should be enough for you to understand just how irreversible this matter is. I know that this is a little too cruel to you, but I don't want to lie to you, so please accept it. You can only accept it. On the reclining chair made of tree branches, little Misty changed her position. Her eyes were half closed as she looked at the Lord Ruler. A hint of amusement and helplessness flashed in the depths of her eyes before she calmed down. Just like when he had asked Qin Yu who he would choose in the end, he had revealed an indifferent attitude. His Excellency Ruler's current actions were undoubtedly a thorn in Qin Yu's heart. In the end, they actually had the same thought. If outsiders were to find out, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. But she didn't say anything in an attempt to interrupt the Lord Ruler's current performance. Just like when she had asked Qin Yu before, the Lord Ruler had maintained his silence. Qin Yu took a deep breath. This was a very common action, but right now, it gave off an incomparably difficult feeling. Tiny streams of air passed through his nose and mouth and into his lungs. Every tiny movement brought with it a burning pain like boiling oil or a stabbing pain like a blade was cutting into his body. But His expression remained calm. Besides his slightly furrowed eyebrows, his complexion didn't change at all. "I understand," Qin Yu slowly said. But his heart, flames were burning in his heart. But this burning flame couldn't be used on the two people in front of him. It wasn't just because Little Meaty and the Lord Ruler had become one, an existence far more formidable than the blazing sun. But it was also because Qin Yu knew that the reason this situation had occurred was because they were trying to save him. After all, a person had to have a conscience and a sense of propriety. But the flames in Qin Yu's chest continued to burn. Because he was suppressing them, they didn't weaken at all. Instead, as time passed, they became increasingly strong. Incomparably blazing red tongues of fire gushed out from his head, turning him into an angry and tyrannical demon god of destruction. "I'm sorry, but I suddenly remembered that there are still some matters I have to deal with. I'll be leaving first." Qin Yu paused. "Chichi still needs help for the time being. Take care of her for me." Sure, his figure vanished from sight. On the reclining chair, Little Meaty opened her eyes. The drunkenness on her face dissipated and all that was left over was the light that surged in her eyes. She looked at the Lord Ruler and curled her lips. Would anyone really fight for something like seeking death? The Lord Ruler smiled in response. "I originally thought that no one would fight for him, but the facts are right in front of us." "Humph. Don't laugh. You have indeed stabbed little Qin Yu with a heavy knife. Although that is the truth, you can always put it in a more tactful way." Little Meaty frowned and sneered, dissatisfaction in her eyes. The Lord Ruler's expression remained calm. "Is there any use in being tactful? You and I both understand Qin Yu's character. As long as you say a few words, he will be able to guess the truth. Why waste so much time and effort on this?" She looked up at the sea of stars above her head. "I'll leave Chichi in your care. I'm going to keep an eye on Endless Ruin. If he doesn't play his cards according to the rules, wouldn't that be troublesome?" She turned and left. Little Meaty fell silent. She looked in the direction that the Lord Ruler left, her eyes gradually calming down. The world was vast and boundless, vast and boundless. The Sea of Stars wasn't just a single place. Little Meaty's palace could be summed up as a sea of stars. But in truth, the true Sea of Stars was even more vast and boundless. In the depths of this Sea of Stars, a towering temple stood tall. Ancient corpses supported the heavens and earth, supporting the temple on their shoulders for all eternity. The phantom of a great sun floated behind the temple. It was like a giant eye that calmly watched over the world. Suddenly, the phantom of the great sun behind the temple seemed to sense something. It suddenly brightened. Countless rays of light erupted from the phantom of the great sun. They were like arrows that were released from bowstrings. They were as fast as lightning, howling in all directions. In an instant, they pierced through endless space, causing the vast sea of stars to instantly lose color. And one of the rays of light shuttled through the sea of stars. It suddenly came to a halt and then was silently annihilated. Qin Yu's figure emerged from within. He looked up at the distant temple. He didn't reveal any shock or surprise because he had been discovered. This was because this was a very normal thing to do. The 9 blazing suns could sense each other. Since he had come here, he would definitely be discovered. Previously, the sovereign ruler had confirmed that there was a flame burning in Qin Yu's chest. He couldn't continue enduring it, because if this flame couldn't be released, it would burn him to ashes. Qin Yu wanted to find a suitable place to vent his anger. Without a doubt, this starry sea temple in front of him was the best choice. When his eyes fell onto the temple, he saw the corpses of the ancients that had died countless years ago. It was like a pot of boiling oil had been poured over a bear. Above the blazing flames, his eyes instantly turned red. The hatred and killing intent that came from his bloodline fused with his own anger and brutality, causing Qin Yu's aura to become incomparably terrifying. In the Starsea Divine Palace, the blazing sun known as Xinghe opened his eyes. His face was still pale, but his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Although he had guessed that this moment would come after Qin Yu killed Dub and became the new blazing sun, he never expected it to come so quickly. After all, Qin Yu had just become the blazing sun and had awakened his memories. What he needed to do now was resolve the problem from the sinkhole. Even with Gui Yi's support, if he really wanted to take revenge for the ancient race, he would have to familiarize himself with the power of the blazing sun first. But Qin Yu had come just like that. As Xinghe sensed the tyrannical aura outside the divine palace, he took a deep breath. His face darkened and a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Between the blazing suns, war was not allowed. Since Qin Yu had come to him on his own initiative, he had no choice but to retreat. Moreover, this was also an opportunity for Xinghe. Although he was in a severely wounded state and had yet to fully recover, Qin Yu was also a newly ascended blazing sun and wasn't familiar with the power of the blazing sun. Both sides could be said to be evenly matched. But here, this was his home field. Moreover, besides the home field advantage, Xinghe had another card in his hand, a card that he had never imagined there would be a day when he would actually use it. Xinghe didn't stand up. He only straightened his back and sat on the throne of the divine palace, his eyes looking straight ahead. "Qin Yu," he shouted out. His voice was like billowing thunder, instantly echoing through the entire sea of stars. The great sun phantom behind the divine palace suddenly brightened. From a shadow, it had become a true great sun. An extremely terrifying aura was constantly released from the great sun. Although there were several small black spots on its surface, they weren't conspicuous at all. And what responded to Xinghe was Qin Yu's fist. He stepped forwards and punched out. Dong, the entire sea of stars shook. Beneath this fist, the nearly extinguished stars that were illuminated by the great sun became even dimmer. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the blazing sun ruler. He allowed Qin Yu's fist to strike the divine palace. Because the giant blazing sun was struck, ripples appeared. A sealing strength arrived, covering the sea of stars and sucking in the two blazing suns. "Blazing sun ruler Qin Yu, you have invaded my divine palace. Start the battle of the blazing suns," Xinghe slowly said. He stood up and lifted a hand. "I accept your challenge." Bang! The boundless blazing sun instantly vanished. In the next moment, the front doors of the divine palace opened and Xinghe walked out. Between his eyebrows, there was a great sun mark that burned like a raging flame. His aura was like that of a heavenly god descending to the mortal world. No, not a heavenly god descending to the mortal world, but one that far surpassed this level. He was a supreme existence that ruled over heavenly gods. "Kill him," Xinghe slowly said. As his voice fell, the will of the blazing sun arrived. The countless ancient race corpses beneath the divine palace slowly opened their eyes. Within them was a pitch-black darkness, like an endless abyss. Bang! A giant of the ancient race took a step forward. Roar! Facing Qin Yu, it released a tyrannical roar. And behind this ancient race giant were towering figures that supported the heavens. Their eyes were like abysses and their bodies were wrapped in the aura of death. Chapter 1862. A long time ago, the galaxy's blazing sun had personally taken action and brought down a world-destroying calamity, causing the ancient race to fall into destruction. Afterwards, the ancient race bloodline was severed and they vanished from the world. The only evidence that proved that such a tyrannical race once existed in the world was the towering corpses beneath the divine palace deep within the sea of stars. This could be understood as the galaxy's blazing sun displaying his status and strength. But in truth, no one knew that when the calamity of the ancient race arrived in the past, he had already prepared a backup plan ahead of time. And today, these ancient race corpses that were resurrected according to the will of the galaxy's blazing sun, these ancient race corpses with abyss-like eyes and cruel auras, were the preparations he had made ahead of time to deal with any accidents. In all fairness, the galaxy's blazing sun wished that all of this was just him being overly cautious and not using it. But reality proved that his worries weren't exaggerated. The situation he didn't want to face the most had arrived. The ancient race hadn't been exterminated, and in the end their bloodline had risen against the tide, becoming the new blazing sun. Then, he would have to welcome a backlash. So, facing this situation, the galaxy's blazing sun didn't hesitate to play this card. This card had no effect on the other blazing suns, but it was a powerful card against Qin Yu. This was because the ancient race bloodline was one with him. If Qin Yu destroyed them, That would be the same as destroying himself. Deep within the sea of stars, when Qin Yu and the galaxy's aura erupted, the other blazing suns instantly sensed it and looked over. In the world of magma, the Red Sea's blazing sun had an icy cold expression. Compared to the blazing red magma around her, it was like two extremes of extreme heat and extreme cold. She frowned. She looked up into the depths of the sea of stars and saw the resurrected ancient race corpses. Fluctuations appeared in her eyes. Since he had already used his trump card from the past, Qin Yu naturally didn't have any chances of winning. She hoped that she could personally witness Qin Yu suffer a great loss in the depths of the Sea of Stars today. That's right, the Red Sea never thought that Qin Yu would die. Even in a battle between people on the same level, it was impossible to kill a blazing sun so easily. But as long as Qin Yu was severely wounded and fell into a weakened state, the Red Sea wouldn't mind starting a second battle of the blazing suns. In fact, even though Qin Yu hadn't slaughtered her way into the magma today, her situation was the same as that of the galaxy. From the very start, they had both stood on opposite sides of Qin Yu. There was no longer any possibility of reconciliation between them. Only when one side perished could the hatred between them end. Since Gui One had his own palace in this world, the ultimate sinkhole, which was of the same level, naturally had a place that belonged to him. Before them was a black sea that surged without making any sound. A lonely island sat in the middle of the Black Sea. Waves crashed into the island, shattering it into pieces without a sound. There were only coarse stones on the island. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Not even a single building could be seen. After all, this island was only about 100 feet in circumference, and one could clearly see the surroundings at a glance. The ultimate ruin lived here. After the great battle back then, Gui One shattered and disintegrated himself, leaving behind only a shadow. The shadow facing the Black Sea rubbed his eyebrows, a helpless look on his face. Although you might think that I am abusing my position to avenge a personal grudge, a war between the blazing suns should be forbidden. The Sovereign Lord was right behind him. He smiled when he heard this. If you really wanted to stop me, you would have done so long ago. Why are you still blabbering here? That's why I say that you are a hypocrite. The Lord Ruler shook his head. If I didn't explain things clearly to you, how could I stop it? After all, if you want to act shamelessly, I am not your match. Without an outsider present, he spoke more directly. He narrowed his eyes and said, "How about we make another bet?" The Lord Ruler's smile was bright and beautiful. "Have you forgotten the bet you just lost? You want to bet with me? You are not my match. It is because I lost once that I cannot accept it, so I want to make another bet." The ultimate ruin lifted a hand. "Let's bet on who between Qin Yu and Galaxy will win this battle." The Lord Ruler said, "What are the stakes? If Qin Yu wins, I guarantee that I won't do anything to him until you are whole again." The ultimate ruin's tone was light. "You should know that if I wanted to kill Qin Yu, it wouldn't be too difficult." The Lord Ruler had a thoughtful look. She thought for a moment and said, "This is a good bet. At least we can both relax a little. Otherwise, if I keep watching over you, I will feel tired." She clapped her hands. "Let's bet." The ultimate ruin frowned. "Do you have any sincerity? You didn't even ask what price you would have to pay if you lost." The Lord Ruler waved his hand. "No need, no need. Qin Yu will not lose." His face was full of confidence. The ultimate ruin smiled. "You are that confident. Good. From now on, the bet is established." The two stood side by side at the edge of the island. They looked down at the Black Sea. Waves surged in front of them and images gradually appeared. This was the battle of the blazing suns deep in the starry sea. And at this time, beneath the divine palace, the towering corpses of the ancient race that seemed to support the heavens opened their eyes one by one, revealing eyes as black as the abyss of hell. The ultimate ruin swept her gaze over the Lord Ruler. Her face was calm and her smile widened. "Although you still have this expression, do not forget that you and I are the most familiar people in the world. Therefore, you can't hide the emotions in your heart from me. Perhaps you'll be interested to hear the price you'll have to pay if you lose the bet." The Lord Ruler arched an eyebrow. "Ultimate ruin, you have probably forgotten. Although you and I come from the same source and are the most familiar with each other, in the end I am still a woman, and women are fickle. As time passes, your understanding and familiarity with me will gradually become less accurate. In particular, it has been a long, long time since we last met before the Battle of the Blazing Suns. The ultimate ruin nodded. You are a woman, so when it comes to this topic, I admit that you have a greater right to speak. But your stubbornness will not give you any more confidence. So, let us continue watching and allow time to give us the answer. The Lord Ruler sighed. Since you know that only time will give you the answer, why are you still spouting such nonsense? She rubbed her temples, hiding the annoyance and helplessness in her eyes. She never thought that this fellow galaxy would have some brains and leave behind such a card for her. To kill the ancient, this was a simple and crude method, but when it came to the special characteristics of the ancient race bloodline, even the Lord Ruler couldn't help but admit that this card would have a miraculous effect when facing Qin Yu. The Lord Ruler felt a bit of regret. He shouldn't have stimulated Qin Yu so much, causing the flames in his chest to ignite. In order not to burn himself, he could only kill his way into the depths of the starry sea to vent his anger. But now, thinking about all of this was a bit too late. And as the Lord Ruler was fuming with anger, the battle of the blazing suns deep within the starry sea had completely erupted. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, a deep blood red. As he looked at the corpse of the ancient race seniors that had revived and rushed towards him, he felt a burning pain in his chest, as if a pair of powerful hands were forcefully tearing it apart. It was said that the dead were the greatest, that they were buried in peace, but these words clearly had nothing to do with the ancient race seniors that had died. After they died in the Great Calamity, they were used as pillars and erected beneath the divine palace by others, staying there for countless years. And now, they had been ordered to become puppets that killed the only bloodline descendant of the ancient race. This was an incomparably infuriating matter, one that was difficult to accept. Thus, Qin Yu felt as if there were stones piling up in his chest, making it difficult for his chest to rise and fall. Even breathing became difficult. He stared at the blazing sun that had a great sun between its eyebrows. Even though he was filled with rage, his thoughts were clear. If I don't kill you, how can I end this hatred? But now, what stood in front of him were the corpses of the ancient race seniors. Qin Yu didn't recognize them, but he could clearly feel the relationship between them and him, as well as the sinister intentions of the blazing sun in the starry sea. At this time, within Qin Yu's soul space, the cosmic sea-cross bell refined by the ancient race before the great calamity of the past suddenly began to ring. After Qin Yu became the new blazing sun, it had fallen into a dormant state. But now, it seemed to sense the aura of the outside world, or perhaps it was being stimulated by the corpses of the ancient race that had revived them. Sure, as the bell shook, a beautiful figure appeared. Master, I have awakened some new memories. Perhaps they might be of help to you. After obtaining Qin Yu's permission, she was able to transmit these memories into his mind. Thus, Qin Yu discovered a plan that the ancient race had prepared for so many years, an inconceivable plan. This was because the ancient race seemed to have expected that such a situation would occur on this day countless years later. Thus, before they refined the cosmic sea-cross bell, they had already made preparations ahead of time. I don't know which ancestral bloodline you are from, but when this information is unsealed, it means that the ancient race has risen once more and obtained the qualifications to challenge the blazing sun. Our deceased seniors are proud of you. Thus, there is no need for us to care about our physical bodies. Perhaps to us, this might even be a kind of release. After all, continuing to live in such a humiliating manner doesn't conform to the temperament of our ancient race. Rather, we look forward to dying a glorious death. If we can reach out and grab our enemies and drag them into the depths of hell with us, that should be the best ending. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He wasn't sure just what had happened in the distant past, but everything that the proud son of the galaxy had done to this day, leaving behind this trump card, seemed to be within the expectations of the ancient race. In other words, it was likely that everything he had done had been planned and prepared ahead of time. Before the Great Calamity, when their race was exterminated, the ancient race had already left behind such a ruthless and sinister plan. This caused Qin Yu's understanding of them to undergo a heaven-shaking change. It seemed that the ancient race wasn't blindly domineering and overbearing. They could also be this type of ancient race. Ancient. With a loud roar, Chinyu stepped forwards. His body grew at an astonishing speed. After several breaths of time, he was a towering giant hundreds of thousands of feet tall, supporting the heavens and earth. He was terrifying to the extreme, and a dreadful aura was released from his body. He lifted a hand and punched out. But contrary to the expectations of everyone watching, this heavy fist didn't strike the revived ancient race, nor did it attack the blazing sun of the galaxy. Instead, it smashed into Chinyu's chest. With a dull bang, the flesh on his chest split open and blood wildly splashed outwards. Because there was too much blood and the giant that Chinyu had incarnated was large enough, it caused blood to splash outwards. It was like a rain of blood was falling from the depths of the starry sea. And intentionally, this rain of blood fell onto the other side, covering the revived ancient race with eyes as deep as the abyss. As the blood touched their pale and grey bodies that had died countless years ago, it fell into a dried-up river and melted into them. After absorbing the blood of the ancient race juniors, these revived ancient race seniors had clearly undergone some changes. And the most direct change was that in their abyss-like dark eyes, there was now a bit of light, a red light, as if it had been dyed with blood. It emitted an endlessly cruel and tyrannical aura, a light that caused one's mind to tremble. The blazing sun of the galaxy suddenly frowned. He looked at the ancient race puppets that had awakened from their slumber and followed his will. Shock and anger surged in his eyes. Because at this moment, under Chinyu's self-mutilating methods, as blood rained down, the ancient race puppets that had been completely under his control suddenly showed signs of stagnation. This sort of stagnation did not refer to the degree of coordination of their bodies, but rather a deep difficulty. It was like inserting one's hands into quicksand. Although they could still move according to their will, it was clearly much more difficult and required much more strength. And most importantly, as this situation appeared, the stagnation increased with every breath of time that passed. It was like the quicksand that couldn't be seen was beginning to freeze at an extremely low temperature. There was even a chill that spread out, as if it wanted to trace through these ancient race puppets to the blazing sun of the galaxy. There was a problem. Although the blazing sun of the galaxy couldn't figure out why the trump card he had left behind when he destroyed the ancient race in the past would be smashed by Chinyu's fist today, broken apart with a splash of blood, and even showing signs of a backlash, without a doubt, this was the current situation. Great figures often possessed a stronger determination and will. So, when the blazing sun of the galaxy determined this, he didn't hesitate to abandon this trump card in his hand. Although this would leave him incomparably disappointed and he would likely fall into a bitter struggle against Chinyu, it was still a straightforward and efficient decision. But what left the blazing sun of the galaxy even more enraged was that even though his reaction was fast, it seemed he was still too late. This was because that stagnation chill had already spread to his body. The ancient race puppets that had awakened in silence stopped moving forward. Their massive bodies slowly turned around, their eyes that had been pitch black like an abyss now burning with blood-red flames as they locked onto the prodigious sun of the galaxy. Roar! The first roar rang out, followed by a second, a third. The countless dead ancients all released their own roars. Their souls had been annihilated and their consciousness had long since dispersed. They didn't know what they were doing, but this didn't affect the hatred and bloodthirst in their roars. Rumble, rumble, the starry sea shook. This was the sound of countless revived ancients wildly running forwards. With an indomitable determination, they rushed towards the blazing sun of the galaxy, towards the divine palace that had suppressed them for countless years. Book Reading Room. Chapter 1863. The silence on the island in the Black Sea was broken by a chuckle. The corners of the sovereign's mouth curled up into a gentle and proud smile. He said slowly, "I said that you are no match for me when it comes to betting. Do you believe me now?" The returning ruin was silent for a brief moment. He rubbed his temples. "I must admit that the ancient race left behind a contingency plan that even I didn't expect." His tone was calm and his expression was calm. But as he gently furrowed his brows, every wrinkle emitted a heavy feeling. This was because this didn't make sense at all. The ancient race of the past, from their birth to their rise to their most glorious peak, had all been seen by him. This sort of situation that was beyond his control shouldn't have occurred. But it had. Was there some meaning behind this? The returning ruin's thoughts raced, but he didn't reveal them on the surface. After a brief pause, he continued to say, "But this doesn't mean that I have lost the bet. I am still confident in the strength of the galaxy. This is considered plagiarism, so it is destined to be useless." The ruler's lips curled up in a smile, a bit of contempt in his eyes. "Qin, you will win the battle of the Sea of Stars, so you have lost this bet." As for the reason and necessity of a war of words, it had already been clearly stated before. This wasn't just a battle of words, but also some mysterious and powerful attribute support. This was because the ones speaking were the returning ruin and returning one. Strictly speaking, they were existences that surpassed the limits of the world. The returning ruin fell silent. This was because he knew that he couldn't gain the slightest advantage in a war of words. Since that was the case, he might as well shut up and save some energy. Although his tone was calm and contained a formidable self-confidence, as if everything was under his control, the truth was that the returning ruin knew that when the ancient race backlash erupted, he had already lost half the bet. At this time, in the depths of the Sea of Stars, in front of the towering divine palace, the revived ancients whose eyes burned like flowing flames in the pitch-black night sky began to self-destruct without hesitation. No, it shouldn't be called self-destruction. Rather, after they sensed the aura that belonged to the blazing sun of the galaxy, they produced a spontaneous reaction. It was a destruction that was wrapped in endless hatred, killing intent, and joy. The ancient corpse that was as large as an ancient demon god was instantly shattered into countless pieces. Then, these countless pieces madly collided and rubbed against each other. In the process of breaking apart, they released a power that sucked everything in and crushed everything. The prodigy of the galaxy sun did not get angry, perhaps because he knew that such meaningless emotions would only waste his energy. Although there was a problem with his trump card and it had instead become a terrifying killing move in Qin Yu's hands, he was still a blazing sun, an absolute peak existence in the world. If there was a problem, then he would solve it. I said, "The space around me can accommodate 3,000 mustard seeds, can withstand millions of attacks, and cannot be shaken by 10,000 tribulations." The calm voice was mixed with the will of the blazing sun. The great sun between Xinghe's eyebrows released a resplendent light, dazzling and eye-catching. The stellar river's blazing sun hovered around it. The space within inches began to tremble. There were extremely fine granules that appeared one after another. Even though they were weak and insignificant, every single granule was shining. They seemed unremarkable, but as one looked at them, they were like true stars floating in the endless sea of stars. They had existed since time immemorial and would continue to exist forever. Then, the backlash from the ancient race erupted. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it surged forwards with mountain-toppling momentum. The power of annihilation gathered into a torrent. As it approached the stellar river's blazing sun, it was like it had encountered an invisible mouth and was directly swallowed up. Qin Yu had a calm expression, not surprised by this at all. He was also a blazing sun now, so he naturally knew just how formidable this level was. When Sky Pivot was in an incomplete state, he had been able to control a fragment of a blazing sun. Even so, he had been able to control it, much less today's stellar river's blazing sun. But it was also because Qin Yu was also a blazing sun that he wasn't at a loss as to what to do when facing this. He lifted a hand and pointed forward. His words were like thunder. I said, "The ancient race's revenge and backlash is a torrent that cannot be stopped by anything." Hum, the stellar river's blazing sun hovered around it. The space within inches began to shake. The wills of two different blazing suns began to collide and compete with each other. As was said before, the stellar river's blazing sun was undoubtedly stronger than Qin Yu. This had nothing to do with their ranks, but simply because the other was more familiar with the strength of the blazing suns. On the same level, he was able to release a more formidable might. Thus, in the collision of the two blazing suns, the stellar river had the upper hand. But, this stellar river had been turned into a sieve by Qin Yu using the ancient race's 3 divine tools as arrows, turning it into a leaky sail. This would inevitably affect the stellar river's ship. And the other point was that the backlash from the ancient race was truly terrifying. It was so terrifying that even the words of the blazing sun couldn't completely resist it. At the very least, he couldn't remain unaffected in the slightest. Thus, as these 2 points superimposed on each other, the motes of light around the fingertip began to break apart. And each one that broke represented a destructive backlash that was constantly approaching the stellar river's blazing sun. Although the 2 fragments had fused together to become a brand new blazing sun, Chinyu was still used to calling it the little blue lamp. This was a reminder to himself and another method to remember who he was. Through this form of address, he could feel a warmth and closeness from the depths of his heart. Little blue lamp, can you kill the stellar river today? I will destroy this starry sea. Chinyu went straight to the point, getting straight to the point. I can't. The response he received was a straightforward denial from the little blue lamp. If the blazing sun could be so easily killed, then that would be a bit of a joke. Chinyu was expressionless. He said in a low voice that only he could hear, although I don't want to mention it and I don't want to admit it, there is no doubt that many, many years ago, I died once. The little blue lamp said, that was the will of the endless ruin. After a brief silence, it continued to say, if you want to kill the stellar river, you won't be able to do so unless Gooey One is willing to help. But believe me, the endless ruin will not stand idly by and watch this happen. Gooey One. Although Chinyu knew everything, he still felt a bit unfamiliar upon hearing this name. But soon, these emotions were erased. Light surged in the depths of his eyes, like a vast nebula. Chinyu took a deep breath. He looked up and shouted, Gooey One, I will kill him today. On the lone island in the Black Sea, the ruler looked at the clear scene on the surface of the water. A helpless look crossed his face. Even if you want to kill him, there's no need to say it so bluntly, right? This was simply not giving her any chance to play any tricks in the dark. The endless ruin didn't look at her, but it seemed to have already seen through the ruler's thoughts. It lightly said, even if Chinyu doesn't say it, do you think you have a chance to avoid my eyes? This calm rhetorical question contained an incomparably formidable self-confidence. No, it shouldn't be called self-confidence, but an unquestionable certainty. Although the endless ruin didn't know anything about the ancients' backlash, this didn't mean that he could be casually deceived, especially when he was already the center of attention. The ruler curled his lips. You are fierce, okay? You speak as if you are the only one who can do it. She blinked and turned around. That's not right. With your temperament, there's no need to say all this nonsense. The endless ruin remained silent. And in the ruler's eyes, this silence undoubtedly represented a tacit agreement. Her thoughts raced and her eyes flashed. What do you want to do? The endless ruin smiled. I am waiting for you to tell me Chinyu's true request. The ruler coldly coughed. You are far too shrewd. This is no fun at all. Fine. Since everyone can see through it, then I will speak frankly. I am willing to give you a chance to redeem your bet. In today's battle of the Starry Sea, no matter what happens in the end, you and I will not interfere. As long as you agree to this, even if I win the bet, I can give up on you fulfilling your end of the agreement. The endless ruin sighed. I really can't figure out where Chinyu's confidence comes from, and why you have such strong confidence in him. Women are always more emotional than rational. At least, I am like this. So, it is best if you don't think too deeply about what I am thinking. That is different from your gender. If you think too much about it, you might become a pervert. The ruler smiled. So, do you agree or what? Give me your answer. The endless ruin nodded. I agree. I will not participate in this battle. I swear on you and me. The endless ruin was silent for a moment. I swear on you and me. Deep in the starry sea, a blazing sun was frowning. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded out in his mind, this battle will determine life and death. If I can kill Chinyu, no matter what price I have to pay, I will compensate you double. The voice was incomparably calm, revealing a sense of indifference. But, the starry river could feel a firm resolve from this voice. It was the endless ruin. Killing Chinyu would be difficult, but the endless ruin had clearly stated that this battle would determine life and death. In other words, if he wanted to live, he could only kill Chinyu. Otherwise, he would die here today. The heart of the blazing sun in the starry river shrank. This was beyond his expectations. This was because in a war between blazing suns, no matter how tragic it was, it rarely involved life and death. It wasn't that everyone didn't want to, but that it was impossible. Perhaps there might be a disparity in strength between them, but they were still on the same level. Defeating him was possible. But killing him was impossible. It was impossible for the endless ruin to give a judgment of life and death without reason. Since he had said this, there must be another reason. Life and death was likely Qin Yu's goal. A flash of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the blazing sun in the starry river. Then, it turned into a gloomy anger. He was angry at being looked down upon. Kill me. Based on what? What about the ancients' backlash? What about Qin Yu? Since the endless ruin had spoken, then no one would interfere in today's battle. Everyone would rely on their own methods, so why would I fear you? Rumble rumble. At this moment, the starry sea shook. Countless stars lit up at the same time. Qin Yu had seized the trump card of the ancient race, but the blazing sun in the starry river also held the advantage of the terrain. This was his home ground. Chapter 1864. The blazing sun hung high above the heavens and earth, illuminating all things in the world. It was already radiant to begin with, but now it became even more dazzling. Thus, the home field of this blazing sun naturally possessed an incomparably dazzling majesty and boldness. This was enough to support a formidable effect that matched one's own level. It could help the blazing sun control release a formidable strength within this range, increasing its own limits. Thus, when this starry sea moved, a vast strength would shake, descending upon Qin Yu like landslides and tsunamis. Although it couldn't directly wound the blazing sun control, it was still enough to form a terrifying suppression. It was like a mountain was placed on his back, making every step he took and every breath he took difficult. Of course, as the starry sea suppressed Qin Yu, the strengthening of the blazing sun control was also quietly occurring. The increasingly bright miniature blazing sun between his eyebrows was the best evidence of this. As he stood in his home field and felt his own strength, the blazing sun of the galaxy subconsciously narrowed his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu across from him. He really couldn't figure out why this person would have such arrogant courage to even think of trying to kill him. But since this thought appeared in his mind and alarmed Sir Sinkhole, Qin Yu would inevitably take action. As he said just now, the blazing sun control was puzzled. But as long as Qin Yu had such arrogant thoughts, he would definitely do something extraordinary. If so, then there would be a chance to kill Qin Yu and help Sir Sinkhole eliminate this great calamity. No matter the price. The blazing sun control didn't doubt Sinkhole's promise at all. This was because he had already established a good reputation over the years. Thus, in this battle, the blazing sun control would go all out. As for trouble from Gui 1, the blazing sun control would feel vexed, but since it was unavoidable and Qin Yu had taken the initiative to slaughter his way into the starry sea today, he had no other choice. He believed that Gui 1 could understand. Qin Yu didn't know that the blazing sun control had already made preparations to take advantage of the situation to kill him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because today, he was the one preparing to kill someone. The ruler's faint voice fell in his mind. You can try to kill someone and no one will interfere. But, I still don't think this will work out. Rather, I must remind you that no matter what you plan to do, you must keep a guard up. To avoid failing to kill someone and losing your life instead. Just as Qin Yu thought that this was the end of the voice, the ruler's voice continued to echo out. Do not underestimate any ruler of the blazing suns. You must know that even the End Ruins had to expend a great deal of effort in order to kill you. This is not an easy matter. Of course, your life is your life, but you have to admit that a part of your life also belongs to me. So, remember the last sentence of the nonsense I spouted before. His voice was cold and indifferent, but Qin Yu knew that this was the most sincere and heartfelt warning that the Lord Ruler was giving him. Of course, even without these reminders, Qin Yu was well aware that blazing Yang wouldn't be easy to kill. Even so, he still decided to give it a try. This was because the ancient race suffered a great calamity and was thus exterminated. It was also because of the increasingly blazing flames in his chest. These flames were ignited because they knew they would never be able to return. But they also contained the anger born from the threat of death that Qin Yu had faced even after becoming a blazing sun. Besides these things, the fact that Gui Yi didn't stop Qin Yu's impulsive decision to kill someone was another important reason. This meant that Qin Yu's current actions could be tacitly approved. Or, in Gui Yi's understanding, it would be more beneficial to his future situation. Then there was no need to hesitate. Qin Yu stepped forwards. The pressure exerted by the sea of stars was like quicksand being swept up. It shook and tumbled, causing the entire sea of stars to distort and blur. The ancient race's backlash continued. But it was clear that it wasn't enough to cause fatal damage to the galaxy's blazing sun. Then, there was no need for this backlash to continue. It could transform into another form of existence and continue its original goal. Within his soul space, the incarnation of the cosmic sea-cross bell, Mai suddenly stepped forwards. Then, with this step, she stepped out from between Qin Yu's eyebrows and descended into the sea of stars. Looking up at the galaxy's blazing sun, her eyes were calm and indifferent. But, hidden within this calmness and indifference was an endless chill. This was because she was created to wait for Qin Yu to appear. This was her mission, and this mission also contained an even deeper meaning. That was to help Qin Yu complete his revenge against the ancient race. To completely overturn that high and mighty blazing sun, it was like this in the different world hidden deep in the eternal sea, and it was also like this now. Mai took a step forward. She didn't do anything, but the self-detonation of the ancient continued to release a backlash. After a brief pause, it howled over from all directions and fused into Mai's body. Her eyebrows furrowed together, as if she couldn't withstand this strength that was far too strong. Thus, she revealed a pained expression. But she soon composed herself. She turned towards Qin Yu and revealed a faint smile. She lowered her head and bowed. "Please, kill him." Qin Yu's eyes were calm. He was well aware that if Mai absorbed all of the ancient race backlash strength, she would eventually welcome her own destruction. But this was her destiny to begin with. Or, it could be said that this was the mission she was entrusted with when she was born, and also her own choice. Space shook and the ancient race's 3 divine tools appeared. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped forwards. During this process, the ancient divine armor automatically disintegrated and covered the ancient divine bow. As for the ancient divine spear, it fell into his hands. Mai stood up and took a step forward. She faced the tip of the ancient god's spear and allowed it to pierce through her body. She was like a beautiful bubble under a warm blue sky and white jade. With a pop, she dissipated. But her dissipation didn't mean that she disappeared. Rather, she used another method to fuse the ancient race backlash strength with the strength of the cosmic sea-cross bell before pouring it into the ancient divine spear. This was a deep red color, like boiling magma. As it poured into the surface of the ancient divine spear, it seemed slow, but the speed was actually astonishing. It soon covered the entire spear, adding a layer of red to the incomparably domineering ancient divine spear, making it seem even more fierce and bloody. Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. So there were more than 3 inherited divine tools of the ancient race. Besides the ancient divine spear, ancient divine armor, and ancient divine bow, there was also a bell. But the cosmic sea-cross bell was different from the other 3 divine tools of the ancient race. It was truly in a semi-finished state, and it was only today, after absorbing the ancient race backlash strength, that it was completely forged. Moreover, it could only be used once. He lifted a hand and drew back the bowstring. Today, the 4 divine tools of the ancient race had gathered together. With the blood of the blazing sun of the galaxy, he would sprinkle it over the entire sea of stars to comfort the ancestors of the ancient race who died in the great calamity of the past and were humiliated to this day. Chapter 1865. The ancient divine bow hummed. The vibrations from the bowstring caused ripples in the air. But on the bowstring, the ancient divine spear was covered in a layer of crimson. It remained silent. But silence did not mean indifference. On the contrary, at this moment, the ancient divine spear released an extremely oppressive and incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, There was nothing in front of Qin Yu. There was only the galactic sun wielder and the sun between his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, Qin Yu loosened his fingers. With the humming of the ancient divine bow, the ancient divine spear howled out. It was like a blood-red dragon, carrying with it a terrifying aura that had soaked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It pierced through space and arrived in front of the galactic sun wielder. At this time, it was no longer possible to describe the speed of the ancient divine spear. It was like a phantom. When it shot out, it was in front of the bowstring. But in the next moment, it had already arrived in front of the galactic sun wielder, the sun between his eyebrows. Only the galactic sun wielder knew how this arrow felt. It was because of this that he could clearly feel what it meant to destroy, what it meant to infect the soul with the aura of death. The galactic river blazing sun never imagined that he would truly be threatened with death when Sinkhole and Gui 1 had yet to make a move. Even though Qin Yu had stated that he would kill him, he could only sneer in response. But now, the truth was right in front of him. The ancient divine spear pierced through space like an arrow, striking the sun between his eyebrows. The sound of the bowstring reverberated in his ears. Then, a terrible pain erupted, as if his entire body would be torn apart. Ah! The galactic sun wielder roared. His heart was filled with shock and anger. He released all of his strength without reservation. He was no longer in the mood to think about how to kill Qin Yu. Because at this moment, death was so close to him. Although the galactic sun wielder couldn't understand why this would happen, there was no doubt that this was the truth. Black Sea, Silent Island. 4 divine tools. The ruler shouted. She stared at the scene in the sea, her eyes particularly bright. Returning Void, I'm afraid this has exceeded your expectations. Returning Void was expressionless. At this moment, his heart shook. There were many matters regarding the ancient race that were beyond his control. The ancient race backlash was one. The 4 divine tools were another. If it was just hidden, a race's divine artifact was not a big deal. But the key was that the complete cosmic sea-cross bell, the ancient divine spear, the ancient divine armor, and the ancient divine bow, combined with the power of the 4 divine artifacts, it broke through its own level and reached a higher realm. This realm was known as the beginning and end of heaven and earth. It was the origin of the returning to one and the birth of the ruins of End. A mere ancient race, even if they were at their peak and had once ignited their incense offerings to reach a supreme level, was still nothing in the eyes of the Sinkhole. As long as he willed it, he could silently place a piece and destroy it without a trace. He was like a blazing sun in the starry sky, and he was truly an existence that stood at the peak of the world. He emanated vast and boundless radiance that illuminated the world. But to the Sinkhole, he was still just a chess piece. It was just that this chess piece was relatively stronger. But today, it was proven that the ancient race, which was once controlled by the proud son of the cosmos and easily destroyed by a mere chess piece, actually possessed an extremely terrifying side that not even the Sinkhole was able to detect. The 4 divine tools could actually shoot down the blazing sun. They could even pose a threat to existences at the world's level of destruction. Just what was going on? The Sinkhole's eyes were dark and uncertain. Her gaze fell on the Sovereign Lord and she curled her lips. Then, she raised an eyebrow. Don't look at me. Although I'm happy to see this, you should know that this matter has nothing to do with me. As far as I know, it indeed has nothing to do with you. But, the problem is that besides you and me, who else in this world can do this? The Sinkhole's voice was calm, but the will within this calm voice was as tyrannical and cold as ever. There was no evidence. But sometimes, there was no need for evidence. This was because in this world, there were only 2 strongest people. Not to mention why something like this happened and how it was done. If it wasn't me, then it was you. And it could only be you. The Sovereign Lord frowned. That's not interesting. Do you plan on grabbing the blame and forcefully placing it on me? She rubbed her eyebrows, her face filled with annoyance. Of course, if you want to make an idealistic judgment, there's nothing I can do. I can only acknowledge it and fall out with you. The Sinkhole frowned. She flicked her sleeves. Bang! The smooth mirror-like surface of the water exploded into pieces, causing the images reflected within to instantly vanish. I have lost today's bet. Sure, he turned and left. The sovereign lord frowned. At this time, she relaxed her eyebrows. She looked towards where the sinkhole had vanished, a thoughtful look on her face. This fellow, he was indeed cautious. Come out. Sure, little Meaty appeared on the island. She frowned and said, Did he discover me? The sovereign lord shook her head. He shouldn't have. After all, when it comes to concealment, we are a bit stronger. She sucked in a deep breath. This sinkhole fellow is only acting cautiously in the past. After all, he knows that he only has one last chance left. If he fails, he will really die. Little Meaty said, It seems that he has steeled his heart and is waiting for that turning point. The sovereign lord nodded. The two fell silent. They didn't mention what turning point Sinkhole was waiting for, but in truth, both of them were well aware of what it was. What Sinkhole was waiting for was the time when the two of them would become one. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was a very old and vulgar saying, but since such an old and rotten saying could be passed down through the ages, there must be a reason for it. For instance, to Sinkhole, this was the best opportunity. As long as Guiyi couldn't interfere, Sinkhole had countless methods to kill Chinyu. As for doing so, breaking oaths or other restrictions, such as the ironclad rule that one couldn't directly act against a blazing sun, but paying a price was better than dying. Moreover, to Sinkhole, no matter how terrifying the price was, it was in fact still within an acceptable range. This was because as long as he didn't die, with his level, all damage to the Tao would be repaired with the passage of time. But Chinyu was dead. He was dead. Because this time, Sinkhole, having learned his lesson, would definitely act personally. He would absolutely not leave behind any hidden dangers. The sovereign lord broke the silence. She glanced at little Meaty. Chinyu asked you to take care of Chin Chichi. Don't leave for too long. Little Meaty turned around. I know. Sure, she vanished from sight. Sigh. The sovereign lord sighed, a look of helplessness on her face. This is indeed something that can't be avoided. It's not that I don't want to, but it's an irresistible trend. If Sinkhole wants to wait, then so be it. In any case, I won't lose out. She stepped into the Black Sea and rode the waves. Sinkhole had left. His performance was straightforward, as if he had really admitted defeat. However, he still had to be careful. He had to continue watching him. Deep in the sea of stars, the ancient divine bow was still humming. But now, besides Chinyu, there was no one else listening. This was because at that moment, the blazing sun between Xinghe's eyebrows had shattered. His flesh and hard skull had been pierced by the ancient divine spear. There was no scene of red and white splattering, but the dark red blood that flowed from the wound was still shocking. His eyes were wide open, but his pupils were already unfocused, and the light that surged within them had long since disappeared. Now, all that was left was shock, anger, and disbelief. Clearly, he had never imagined that he would die. But he was already dead. He had to die. He had to die. At this moment, the world fell deathly silent. Besides the two that had already decided victory and defeat and left, the other blazing suns that had been silently watching the battle fell into an even deeper silence. This silence wasn't one of indifference and condescension. Rather, it revealed an indescribable nervousness, discomfort, and horror. Xinghe had died. Although all living beings in the world would die, and this included the blazing suns and they weren't truly eternal and indestructible, his death was far too sudden. It was too unbelievable. A blazing sun that had stepped upon the peak of the world had perished like this. This wasn't a joke. Because at this moment, the sea of stars was collapsing. This was the home field of the blazing sun of Xinghe, and it only existed because of him. Now that the blazing sun had died, the sea of stars had lost its support. It could only slide past like quicksand, being annihilated and dissipated. Chinyu finally saw with his own eyes the scene of the blazing sun breaking apart. As the sea of stars collapsed, the great blazing sun that belonged to Xinghe began to wail as it broke apart. Every fragment tumbled down like meteors falling from the highest heavens, dragging long tongues of fire behind them as they sprinkled through the myriad worlds. In truth, This was different from what Qin Yu had imagined. This was because when he killed Dub, he became the blazing sun. There were only 2 fragments of the blazing sun. But what he saw today was the number of fragments of the blazing sun in the thousands. They were so dense and scattered throughout the myriad worlds. Just how many years would it take for them to be reassembled? This was going to be a new story, or maybe it was going to be many different exciting lives. But this had nothing to do with Qin Yu. He only thought about it for a moment before retracting his thoughts. A look of understanding flashed in his eyes. It was highly likely that the reason he was able to reassemble the blazing sun so easily was because of the existence of returning to one. Compared to this, he was undoubtedly lucky. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He lifted his hand and the ancient divine spear flew back. Its surface was crimson red, and with a light cracking sound, many cracks appeared on it. Then, it began to peel off piece by piece, turning into powder in midair. A beautiful figure appeared in this crimson powder. Perhaps because her mission had been accomplished, her eyebrows relaxed and she revealed a happy smile. She respectfully bowed to Qin Yu, her voice silent. "Goodbye, Master." They didn't see each other again. Although her powder scattered and vanished, erased from this world. Between the heavens and earth, the 4 divine tools of the ancient race would no longer exist. That peerless blazing sun was destined to be a fleeting moment of glory. The 4 divine tools of the ancient race would be damaged from this point on. There would never be the scene of the bow and arrow that shattered the blazing sun again. Seeing the river of stars fall, the silent blazing sun rulers finally let out a breath of relief. Luckily, this terrifying arrow could only be used once. Otherwise, in the future, besides the endless void and returning to one, there would be another mountain above their heads. But even if the cosmic Sea-Cross bell was destroyed, what would they do when they faced Qin Yu in the future after witnessing today's events? Shua Red Sea turned and left. At this moment, her expression was as calm as ever. But, a trace of paleness crept onto her cold and indifferent face. Chapter 1866. Of the 9 suns in the world, only 8 remained. Starsea collapse. Qin Yu returned to his original form. He looked down at the ancient divine spear. Its scarlet surface had peeled off, leaving behind only a few traces of blood. This was probably the only thing that Mai had left in this world. His eyes flashed and he let out a long breath. There was naturally some sadness, but this was probably Mei's destined fate. From a certain perspective, to be able to accomplish this life's mission without wasting time was also a kind of good fortune. In comparison, although Qin Yu had shot down a blazing sun today, he still couldn't be sure what the future would be like. But at the very least, he hadn't let down the ancient bloodline in his body. After countless years, he had finally completed his revenge. The undying and unyielding souls of the ancient race should now rest in peace. He turned and left. Qin Yu returned to Unity's palace where Qin Chichi was. The tumbling flames in his chest had mostly been vented. Since reality was right in front of him, he had to face it. He didn't know where Qin Chichi was, but with Misty around, she shouldn't be in any danger. At this moment, Qin Yu met her gaze and was silent for a moment. "When do we start?" He didn't have a clue, but Misty understood. She thought for a moment and said, "There's still a little time." A little time could also mean that there wasn't much time left. Seeing Qin Yu fall silent, Misty's lips curved in a smile, but her expression was calm. "Since you came back, you must have thought it through. Some things cannot be avoided." She blinked. "After becoming a blazing sun, your first battle was to kill Galaxy, someone at the same level. How does it feel?" "Nothing much." After a moment of silence, Qin Yu slowly said, "Killing isn't something that makes one happy, especially since I lost a friend because of it." He waved his hand and brushed the matter aside. He said in a deep voice, "The sinkhole will definitely kill me." Misty nodded. "That is certain. I don't want to die." "No one wants to die, but that doesn't depend on one's will." "You know that's not what I mean." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "How can I live on? You and His Excellency ruler need to fuse together and become a complete unity before you can face the ending, right?" Misty said, "Although I don't want to admit it, that is true." Qin Yu said, The two of you fusing together is definitely not a simple matter. After all, my battle with Heaven's Pivot is the best example. As for the two of you, you will definitely cause an even bigger commotion. He raised a finger. First, it'll cause too much of a commotion, so this definitely can't be carried out in secret. Heaven's Pivot will definitely detect it. Secondly, the sinkhole will definitely take action when the two of you are busy fighting. I won't be able to stop it. Little Meaty said nothing. Qin Yu's complexion was calm. After so many years, I have finally survived and become the new blazing sun. None of you will stare on helplessly as I am killed by the endless ruin, otherwise, everything will become a joke. So, you must have made other preparations. Since I have accepted everything, I will naturally accept your arrangements. So, tell me now, what are your arrangements? I will make preparations in advance. Since there was no way to reject it and no way to change it, he could only accept it. This was ked up life. It seems that the flame in your heart has finally calmed down and begun to accept reality. This is very good. As for preparations, of course I have. We have worked so hard for so many years, so we won't watch you die just because of a little negligence. In fact, we have already handed over these preparations to you a long time ago. After becoming the new blazing sun, with your cultivation and rank, you should have realized this long ago. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He lifted a hand and pointed towards the sea of stars above his head. It's this. Little Meaty nodded. In the next moment, the sea of stars quietly shook and a stone pagoda flew out. At first it was only the size of a grain of rice, but as it approached, it began to rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a towering stone pagoda like a mountain. The surface of the stone pagoda was covered with the scars of war, as if it had experienced a great calamity a long, long time ago. Qin Yu frowned. Did you already calculate this day? Yes, and also no. Little Meaty's tone was calm. There is no need to think too much about it. The great calamity that the stone pagoda experienced in the past has nothing to do with us. We simply took advantage of the situation and took advantage of it. As for the coincidence that you feel, the truth is that it isn't a coincidence at all. It is merely a turning point that occasionally appears over the endless years. With the amount of time you have lived in this world, it is indeed difficult for you to understand this. But in truth, once you live for 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years, you will discover that coincidences are something that can be found anywhere. Little Meaty looked at Qin Yu, a mocking smile on her face. So, there is no need for you to feel awkward about fulfilling the promise you made to this stone pagoda. Qin Yu wasn't surprised that his thoughts had been seen through. After all, what he faced now was Little Meaty, who possessed a portion of the returning void's might. Looking at the stone pagoda in front of him, he frowned. Can it guarantee that I will survive the attack of the returning void? Little Meaty shook her head. There are no absolutes in this world. Even if we were to take action, after all, the enemy you will face this time is the returning void. It can be said to be the most formidable and terrifying existence in this world. But besides this stone pagoda, there is nothing in this world that can resist the returning void, even if it is just for a breath of time. So, what you need to do now is to pray that the battle between me and her will end as soon as possible. If it is delayed for too long, I fear you will really die. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I have cultivated all the way to this day. Not too long ago, I even personally shot down a blazing sun. But in the end, I cannot control my own destiny. This is truly a sad matter for the two of us. Little Meaty sneered. That's normal. In this world, who can control their destiny? You can't, but neither can the returning void. She was silent for a moment before continuing. Otherwise, why would someone as powerful as the returning void and I have to face death and rebirth? If it weren't for this, you would not have been killed by the returning void a long, long time ago, and I would not have ended up in my current state. Qin Yu looked up at the sea of stars. Little Meaty. After he spoke, he paused for a moment. This was a rare sight for Qin Yu, and it was clear that he was hesitating to the extreme. But in the end, he still asked. The myriad heavens are vast and boundless, and there are trillions of lives. The blazing suns are the pinnacle, their light illuminating the world. And you and the returning void are even more so. The 9 blazing suns control the origin of life and death. Then, what is above the origin of life and death? Why were you born, and where did the 9 blazing suns come from? There should always be some explanation for this. But in the memories that I have awakened, there is no such content. Perhaps I have forgotten, or perhaps this is something that even the blazing suns do not have the qualifications to touch upon. He looked at little Meaty, his eyes sincere and earnest. He slowly said, "Perhaps you can give me an answer." "There is no answer." Little Meaty's reply was simple and direct, as if she had already thought of this question. She knew, at this time, the question and direction you are concerned about have clearly deviated. Live on. Only by continuing to live will you have the qualifications to ask the questions in your heart. Chinyu looked at little Meaty's cold and indifferent face. He was sure that he wouldn't obtain an answer today, but at the same time his intuition told him that little Meaty definitely knew something. He lifted a hand and pointed at the stone pagoda. Does it come from above the origin of life and death? This was a very simple judgment. The returning void and returning one were the most formidable existences in this world. According to Chinyu's speculations, as long as they were willing to pay a certain price, they could even easily kill a blazing sun. How could such a formidable returning void be easily blocked by a stone pagoda? This didn't conform to logic. Because in this world, the only thing that could resist the returning void was returning one. Since the stone pagoda could do so, there was only one explanation. It came from a higher plane, thus it possessed an even greater might. And this was also the key reason why Chinyu had suddenly asked this question. Chinyu had never given up on the possibility of them returning. Indeed, this was something that returning one could not accomplish. But this didn't mean that it was impossible. Since there really was an existence above the origin of life and death, then as long as they lived on, there would still be a chance. Little Meaty's eyes were calm. She looked at Chinyu as if she had seen through his true thoughts. She lightly said, "You are very smart. This should be the answer. But whether or not it can receive an answer is up to it." Chinyu looked at the stone pagoda. After a long silence, a deep voice echoed out from the stone pagoda. The consciousness that had been silent for so long finally gave a response. Yes. It was only one word, but it was enough. In the depths of Chinyu's eyes, a brilliant light exploded. The most helpless and frightening thing in life was probably to fall into a hopeless situation with no hope at all. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would have the courage to continue fighting and persevere. For instance, Chinyu. Otherwise, he would really be at a loss. Especially after killing Xinghe, watching the sea of stars collapse in front of him, he suddenly felt endless loneliness and emptiness. It was as if there was no direction in the future. Chinyu took a deep breath and said, "I will live on." His voice was calm but incomparably powerful. Meaty turned and looked at the sea of stars. "Chinyu, sometimes I really don't understand just what sort of person you are. Living is a matter that only concerns oneself. There is no need to involve this matter with others. But in this life of yours, it seems that you have never truly lived for yourself. There are always all kinds of fetters." Chinyu thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps what you say is correct, but I believe that living has never been something that only concerns oneself. Otherwise, it would be too selfish and too lonely. In a long and endless life, there should always be some companionship by one's side. There should always be some warmth that cannot be forgotten. Otherwise, even if one lives for thousands or tens of thousands of years, even if one lives and perishes together with the world, so what? You are nothing more than a cold stone, a dry piece of wood. Everything else is meaningless." Little Meaty didn't speak. She only narrowed her eyes. "She thought that it was probably because of your foolish persistence that I chose you in the past, and I still choose you now. As for the future, as well as the origin of life and death, I'll leave those matters to you to continue worrying about. I've had enough fun." Chapter 1867. The sinkhole was expressionless as it looked at the Black Sea in front of it. It was huge and there was more than one island in it. What they were standing on was just one of them. That said, while the two islands appeared to be in the same Black Sea, They were actually separated by an incomparably great distance. It was so far that if the sinkhole was willing, even if billions of living beings barged in, they would not be able to fill the sea region between the two islands. Of course, this couldn't stop the sovereign's footsteps. Right now, she was also on the island, bored to death. The bottomless ruin raised his hand and rubbed his glabella, revealing a hint of exhaustion. After failing twice in a row, I will be a little annoyed. Can't you give me a quiet space to rest? The sovereign lord said, as long as you are willing, I will swear on both of us that I will never attack Chinyu again, and I will leave now. The sinkhole remained expressionless. What do you think? That's why I have to stay here and watch over you. The sovereign lord yawned. Do you think I would be happy to stay here? It can't be helped. Let's all understand each other. The ending ruin said, with you here, aren't you worried that little Meaty will take this chance to reach some sort of agreement with Chinyu? That's not important. After all, the final outcome isn't something he can interfere with. The corners of his mouth curled up. His voice was calm and confident. Of course, I will win. The sinkhole thought for a moment and nodded. There is indeed no reason for you to lose. Just at this moment, he suddenly frowned and looked into the distance of the Black Sea. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. That pagoda has indeed fallen into your hands. From the very beginning, His Excellency ruler had never thought that this matter could be hidden from the endless ruin's eyes. After all, in his cautious state, he was an omniscient and omnipotent existence. It's like this. After all, in order to help little Chinyu resist your pursuit, I naturally have to have some methods. The bottomless ruin's eyes were cold. Indeed, when something bad happens, it's often just the beginning. My recent luck doesn't seem to be very good. The sovereign said, don't be so angry. I didn't want to hide anything from you in the first place. Why get angry? She blinked her eyes. After all, we're all in this business. We have to have some tricks up our sleeves, don't you think? That's right. The sinkhole sneered. Then let's see if you are faster or if I am faster. This is a faster race. But it didn't hurt his pride. Instead, it involved life and death. The sooner he completed the fusion, the sooner he could kill. The ultimate ruin's voice was icy cold, but there was no fear or trepidation. On the contrary, his chest and his eyes were still surging with great confidence. The Lord Ruler was not surprised by this. The sinkhole's will was extremely firm and powerful. How could it be affected by such a small matter? Does this count as us shedding all pretense of cordiality? The Sovereign Lord coughed lightly. Sinkhole, are you nervous? The ultimate ruin said lightly, when it comes to life and death, it would be a lie to say that I am unmoved. If he moved, he would naturally be nervous. The Hegemon Pavilion let out a sigh of praise. You're able to say something like being afraid in such a confident manner. Impressive indeed. She exhaled. Then, I'll be leaving. He turned around and stepped into the Black Sea. Ripples appeared on the surface of the Black Sea. His back was to the endless, and his expression was calm. On the silent island, the bottomless ruin narrowed his eyes and stared at the sovereign's departing figure. In the end, he did not move. This was indeed a very good opportunity, and he couldn't help but be tempted. However, after some hesitation, he chose to remain silent. There were some things that might not necessarily succeed if one was the first to do it. On the contrary, one might ruin the plan due to a moment of impatience. Wait a moment. Wait a moment more. As he said before, because this involved life and death, he was nervous. Because he was nervous, he was naturally cautious. Sinkhole the Void would not allow himself to make the slightest mistake or slip up. Above the Black Sea, the Sovereign Lord walked on the waves. When he confirmed that the bottomless behind him had managed to hold back, he immediately sighed. This fellow was far too patient. The pagoda was right in front of him, but it still hadn't managed to truly provoke him. Otherwise, today would have been a good opportunity. What a pity. The Sovereign Lord shook his head. Since the bottomless was so patient, there was no need for him to continue staying here. Shua. She took a step forward and her figure vanished. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The silent and tranquil Black Sea suddenly began to seethe. Every single splash of water seemed to be trembling madly. Then, without any warning, all the tumbling waves instantly contracted towards a single point, condensing into a single drop of water. Then, in the vast starry sea, on an unremarkable planet, on an ancient tree between the mountains, a crystalline drop of dew rolled down. It fell into the lush grass on the ground and vanished from sight. After stepping out from the Black Sea, the sovereign lord appeared atop a towering mountain peak, hidden amongst the white clouds. She looked up at the blazing sun. As she appeared beneath the warm sunlight, she stretched. "Have you made your decision?" the sovereign lord lazily asked. Her voice was so low that it almost made one suspect that she was mumbling to herself. But it was clear that this wasn't the case. As the sovereign lord's voice fell, the warm sunlight that sprinkled down on the mountain peak suddenly surged as if it had a mind of its own. It drew out a blurry figure that bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency Unity." This figure was like fog, sometimes condensing and sometimes dissipating, giving off an unfathomable feeling. "Rise." The sovereign lord looked down and smiled. "I just asked. So, what is your answer?" The phantom fell silent. After several breaths of time, she bitterly smiled. "Do I have a choice? Of course you can be a little hypocritical, but you know that I am not a hypocritical fellow. So, the answer is no." Hearing such a direct answer, the phantom nearly blew up. Indeed, women were the most terrifying creatures in this world. No matter what level of existence they were, as long as they were female, they could all be classified as such. Since there was no choice, why ask? The sovereign lord seemed to see through the phantom's thoughts. Her smile became even brighter. "Even so, there must always be a fig leaf so that I don't lose face. After all, I am such a great figure, so I need to have a bit of face." Direct enough. The phantom's heart trembled. It knew that since the sovereign lord had even said something like having a bit of face, it was clear that he no longer had any patience. Of course he could turn hostile. With its method of existence and rank, even if it wasn't a match for Unity and the endless ruins, it could still cause a bit of trouble. But the problem was that causing trouble was meaningless. What was lost could not be recovered and would only cause one to fall into an even more difficult situation. "I agree," the phantom said in a low voice. "Your Excellency Unity, I trust in your character and your promises. I ask that you do not disappoint me." The sovereign lord snapped his fingers. "Of course, you should know that if I say I will do something, I will definitely do it." The phantom bowed. Then, with a flash of light, it vanished. "It's done." The sovereign lord smiled, a trace of satisfaction on his face. He thought that although this move was exquisite, it still couldn't be hidden from the endless ruins. After all, if he could find a lackey among the 9 blazing suns, then as an existence of the same level, Unity would naturally be able to do the same. If he could guess it, then so be it. In any case, in the end, what the two sides competed in was true strength. Wisdom, schemes, and other such things would all become pale and useless. If Qin Yu killed Galaxy, then there would be another. There were 3 of them in total. A third, it was a bit less, but it was still enough. The sovereign lord wasn't prepared to wait any longer. And if there were any harvests, even if he could, the endless ruins wouldn't give him any more time. Rather than being forced by the endless ruins to passively fuse with them, he might as well take the initiative. The sovereign lord took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He smiled. "Meaty." Her voice was calm. Just as it left her mouth, it was swept away by the wind and dissipated above the mountain peak. But now, guided by the power of the nether, it crossed endless space and rang out in Meaty's ears. Thus, beneath the sea of stars, Meaty stood beside Qin Yu. Her eyes burst out with light. Qin Yu seemed to sense something. He turned his head. Meaty shrugged. "It seems that what I said before wasn't too accurate. There really isn't much time left." She lifted a hand and patted Qin Yu's shoulder. "Boy, strive to survive." Qin Yu frowned. "Those words are inauspicious." Meaty laughed. "What is auspicious? Can it be eaten?" Her laughter was bright and beautiful, like a gentle breeze beneath a warm sun, revealing a sense of happiness and comfort. It was like she had been waiting for this day for a long time. From the inside out, she gave off a feeling of impatience. Shua. Misty vanished from sight. Qin Yu took a deep breath and let it out. Looking at the place where Misty vanished, he knew that after this farewell, it was possible they would never meet again. There were many things he wanted to say, but in truth, he couldn't say a single word. This was because Qin Yu didn't know what he should say at this time. From what standpoint should he speak? Should he hope that Misty would return? Of course. But should the Lord Ruler just disappear? As a person, one had to have a conscience. Although he hadn't interacted much with the Lord Ruler, Qin Yu was well aware that his life had been saved by the Lord Ruler many times. To be ungrateful was simple to say and simple to do, but Qin Yu couldn't do it. Thus, he could only remain silent. In the silence, he listened to Misty's laughter and watched as she vanished from his sight. Qin Yu, there are some things that you cannot meddle in. The little blue lamp's voice sounded out. When Qin Yu and Misty had conversed, the little blue lamp had maintained its silence, giving the two a moment to communicate in private. I know. Qin Yu's expression returned to tranquility, his eyes like a calm lake. This wasn't a disguise or forcefully suppressing his emotions. Rather, his heart had truly returned to tranquility. Since there was an even higher level above the origin of life and death, and they even had a chance of returning, then there was an even greater chance that Misty and the Lord Ruler would return. Thus, he couldn't die. No matter what, he couldn't. Qin Yu looked up at the sea of stars. He could sense that Qin Chichi's aura was there. It was safe. This was returning Unity's palace, so it was naturally protected by her will. Even if the End Ruins wanted to cause trouble, they would need to expend some effort. And at this time, the End Ruins wouldn't be willing to disperse its strength. With a step, Qin Yu left the Sea of Stars. Let's make our preparations. When the Lord Ruler fused with Misty and returned to his complete state, the End Ruins would definitely act. Swish. Qin Yu's figure appeared in the desolate domain. Below him was the great Qin Xianyang. Because this was his great Qin. Here, Qin Yu was in his strongest state. As for the End Ruins descent and the great calamity that would follow, it would inevitably destroy everything. But in truth, none of this was important. The great Qin was Qin Yu's great Qin. As long as Qin Yu lived, the great Qin would exist forever. Chapter 1868. Atop the towering mountain summit, strong winds howled. The light of the great sun sprinkled down, but now it shivered, not daring to approach at all. At this time, there were two people at the summit. This was because they had returned to one, they had returned to one, they would return to one. Today, they would return to one. The ruler's expression was calm and his eyes were indifferent. He revealed a strong self-confidence as if everything was under his control. He looked at Misty and slowly said, "You and I both know that even though we come from the same root and we each occupy a portion of the power, in the end, I am the one who occupies the majority." Misty said, "That is indeed the case. But, those who occupy the majority may not be the final victors. For instance, Qin Yu and Dub. They are the best living examples in front of us. You and I have seen it with our own eyes, haven't we?" The ruler said, "That is indeed the case. But, you should know that I am not Dub and you are not Qin Yu." Misty coldly sneered. "You speak so much nonsense. The result will be known once we fight. Do you think your tongue can decide victory or defeat?" The ruler said, "Your words don't sound right. In particular, if you place them on me, it would be a bit too stimulating." "Shut up," Misty shouted. She stepped forwards, seeming to trample over the winds and clouds. Her aura was incomparably fierce and cruel. "Today, I will let you know what true stimulation is." Bang! The peak of the mountain exploded and instantly turned into a field of chaos. The space was completely distorted and everything within it was torn apart. The strength that belonged to returning to one burst forth, colliding, finally fusing together. The fluctuations of this battle naturally wouldn't leak out. Otherwise, even if it was just a small amount, it would be enough to instantly create a calamity of destruction. It was unknown how many lives would die. Even those supreme blazing suns that illuminated the heavens and earth, those blazing suns that stood high above, couldn't sense what was occurring here. This was because this involved a higher level of restraint towards one's strength. But this battle couldn't be concealed from returning void. Above the Black Sea, on the silent island, all that could be seen was bare stone without the least bit of life. Returning void held his hands behind his back. He stood at the edge of the island, looking into the distance. He slowly let out a breath. It has begun. He whispered to himself, his tone incomparably calm. But as he spoke these simple words, the mirror-like surface of the Black Sea suddenly began to ripple. At first, it was only an extremely thin streak, but it quickly grew stronger. Then, it turned into a raging wave that swept in all directions. Its imposing manner was terrifying to the extreme. The entire Black Sea was boiling. The bottomless ruin looked up. He narrowed his eyes, his expression cold and indifferent. That's right, I do want to kill Qin Yu. Only when he dies can I rest easy. But since I've already guessed that the tower is in your hands, I naturally don't have complete confidence. After all, even if it's only a broken stone tower that fell from the sky, its body is still incomparably firm. It can even be said to be indestructible. I can shatter it, there is no doubt about that. But it will take time, and the fusion between the two of you is indeed an extremely difficult and time-consuming matter. Unfortunately, things like common sense don't apply to you and me. Of course, I can't take the risk. As he spoke, the waves of the Black Sea surged even more terrifyingly. The seawater that was stirred up turned into a terrifying curtain of water that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. The bottomless ruin was speaking to himself, or perhaps he was persuading the Black Sea to follow him to complete some world-shaking feat. Killing Qin Yu is something that must be done. But the truth is that there is a possibility that is even more tempting than killing him. The bottomless ruin's expression became increasingly calm and indifferent. His eyes were icy cold and revealed a powerful will. After killing you, the world will no longer return to one. Since there is no return to one, there is no possibility of restarting it. Since there is no restarting it, I am the home of all things. I can exist for all eternity until the end of time. So, I will kill you. After the sinkhole finished his last sentence, the Black Sea in front of him finally responded. It soared into the sky and transformed into a black snake. Its cold and evil eyes locked onto the sinkhole, revealing undisguised greed and heat. Hiss, the black snake cried out. The bottomless ruin waved his hand. Go. Kill Qin Yu. Sure, the black snake vanished from sight. As the saying went, those who didn't die were thieves. Then, the bottomless ruin was definitely one of the most powerful and cautious old thieves in the world. Everything had to be done in a safe and secure manner. To kill them, the bottomless ruin would personally act. To kill Qin Yu, he would leave it to the Black World Destruction Snake. If that was the case, it would mean that he had left himself two paths to take. As long as either of them succeeded, the bottomless ruin could continue living. And living was always the most important thing. With a step forward, the bottomless ruin shot up into the skies. At the same time, he raised his hand and grasped forward. In the dried-up Black Sea, the increasingly lonely and barren islands suddenly shot up into the skies. Like black stones, they howled into the bottomless ruin's hand, turning into a string of pitch-black stone beads without the slightest impurity. On the surface of each bead, a ghostly face appeared. The corners of each bead cracked open, revealing a hideous smile. The bottomless ruin. What it represented was naturally destruction and catastrophe. The Qin Empire of Xianyang. Within Qin Yu's chest, his heart suddenly shrank. It was like it had been grasped by an invisible hand and was being ruthlessly squeezed. It's here. He looked up. With a roar, the phantom of the blazing Great Tao appeared behind him. Amidst the raging flames, stars began to appear. This was the gathering of the power of Joss flames, as well as the manifestation of the blazing sun's will. And at the peak of the heaven-piercing Great Tao was the phantom of a great sun, releasing a blinding light. With the Joss flame Great Tao as the line, connecting the stars in the skies and protecting the blazing sun, at this moment, Qin Yu was undoubtedly in his strongest state. But the reason he did this was not to resist the bottomless ruin, but to offset the annihilation strength that penetrated towards him. Bang! A stone pagoda appeared out of thin air, covering Qin Yu within. The pagoda that was covered in mottled scars began to shine. Faintly, one could see a face within this light. Its eyes were closed, silent. But in this silence, there was an extremely strong and firm will, as if a mountain was pressing down on it, unshakable in the least. In the next moment, the skies above Xianyang City shattered into powder. The black destruction serpent swam out, its cold and greedy eyes locked onto Qin Yu. It roared out loud. Without any pause or hesitation, the black destruction serpent howled forwards. Its massive body coiled around the stone pagoda, using its extreme darkness to corrode the light that the stone pagoda was currently releasing. The face in the light frowned for a moment before returning to tranquility. This was a war between light and darkness. In fact, it could even be regarded as the highest level of war between light and darkness in the myriad heavens. But within the stone pagoda, Qin Yu frowned, a heavy expression on his face. It wasn't because the strength of the black destruction serpent was too terrifying. On the contrary, it was much weaker than he expected. Although Qin Yu could clearly feel the aura of the bottomless ruin from the black snake's body, it was clearly impossible for the black destruction serpent to kill him with its strength alone. At the very least, he could predict that the black destruction serpent wouldn't be able to break through the defenses of the stone pagoda for some time. And now, time was the most precious. It was impossible for the bottomless ruin not to understand this. Based on the above, since the bottomless ruin knew how important time was to him, then where was he going now? This wasn't a difficult question to guess. Qin Yu's pupils shrank, and he easily locked onto the answer, Gui 1. Or, to be more certain, he had locked onto the opportunity where the Lord Ruler and Misty were fusing. The bottomless ruin had chosen them. At this moment, thoughts raced through Qin Yu's mind at an astonishing speed. In truth, all of this was a very simple deduction. The reason why Qin Yu was still unscathed was because of Gui 1's protection. Then, if he killed the Lord Ruler and Misty, there would naturally be no Gui 1 in this world. And without Gui 1, it didn't matter whether Qin Yu lived or died today. This was the first step to completely end the root cause. Gui 1 and the bottomless ruin were existences on the same level. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult for them to kill each other. Reason told Qin Yu that he didn't need to worry too much. The Lord Ruler and Misty would definitely be able to protect themselves. But if the bottomless ruin made a move, if he didn't have a certain degree of confidence, would he take such a risk? He took a deep breath and then exhaled. Qin Yu looked up. Although he was in the stone pagoda, his line of sight wasn't obstructed. He could clearly see the black destruction snake coiled above the stone pagoda. There have been some changes in the situation. I believe you have already guessed it, so we must also make changes. Qin Yu paused for a moment. He continued, we will rush out, kill this black snake, and help Gui 1. After a brief silence, the stone pagoda responded, Qin Yu, although your guess is likely to be the truth, I must remind you that the black destruction snake is at least half as strong as the bottomless ruin. You might be fine in the stone pagoda, but if you face it head-on, you won't have any chance. Qin Yu said in a low voice, you will help me. The stone pagoda said, my mission is to ensure your survival, not to send you to your death. The transparent stone pagoda suddenly turned dark, cutting off all contact with the outside world and falling into absolute silence. In the darkness, Qin Yu frowned. You want to trap me here? The stone pagoda said, I need you to live. At the summit of the mountain, the vast and mighty tide of chaos rumbled and roared. But this wasn't true silence. Rather, it was isolated by an invisible will, so it was only within a range of 10,000 feet. Although it seemed to be only 10,000 feet, that was only relative to this world. The space within had already been stretched out and stacked upon each other. It was truly vast and limitless. The Lord Ruler and Misty were fusing together here. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the chaos tide. It was like it was being grabbed by an invisible hand and forcefully torn apart. Like this, Gui 1's figure suddenly appeared. He looked at the chaos in front of him. After a brief silence, he stepped into it. Gui 1, I have come to kill you. Chapter 1869. This was indeed an unexpected move. Many, many years ago, returning ruin had prevented a calamity from happening, causing a blazing sun to shatter. Because of this, Qin Yu's previous life came to an end, leading to the many stories that followed. Thus, returning ruin made that bet with His Excellency ruler and misty. Thus, after losing the bet, returning ruin could only suppress the killing intent in his heart and silently wait. Everyone believed that he was waiting for His Excellency ruler to fuse with misty, waiting for the best opportunity to kill Qin Yu. However, the sinkhole had used their actions to prove that something like common sense should not be applied to them. Returning ruin made his move. The Black Destruction Snake's attack could still force Qin Yu into the stone pagoda. But his real target, the person he wanted to kill, was Gui Yi. This was not an impulsive decision, but a decision he had made after long and careful consideration. This was because only with Gui Yi's death would everything come to an end. He wouldn't have to face a crazy woman after killing Qin Yu. Thus, today, returning ruin brazenly descended and said the words that had lingered in his heart for so many years, "I'm here to kill you." The chaos atop the mountain peak suddenly twisted. Black cracks appeared from within. They disappeared in a flash, like fine cracks on thin ice. They didn't seem very eye-catching, but in truth, each and every one of these cracks contained unimaginable terror. If any one of them was released, the power contained within the black cracks could easily destroy the entire world. The clouds above the summit shook and shattered. Piece by piece, they gradually dissipated. Thus, this suppressed and restrained fluctuation that shouldn't have been detected by the outside world finally leaked out. The blazing sun above suddenly brightened. It was as if a pair of eyes appeared in the light, filled with shock as they looked at the chaos atop the mountain peak. As they sensed the fluctuations within, their hearts throbbed. And soon, the other blazing suns descended one after another. But that was all they could do. No one dared to act rashly, even if there seemed to be an extremely wonderful opportunity in front of them. No one hoped that there would be a mountain above their heads. This was especially true for the blazing suns that theoretically stood at the peak of the myriad heavens. They were supposed to be invincible in the world, to use their own light to illuminate the world. Everyone else had to bow their heads before them. But now, they were unable to truly stretch their waists in this world. If the ultimate and unity disappeared at the same time, it would be the most wonderful thing in the world to them. But even so, it was just a thought. It was impossible for it to be turned into actual action. If they were on a different level, they would just be watching from the sidelines. They wouldn't even have a chance to be a fisherman. This was because the various prodigious suns did not doubt that regardless of whether it was the sinkhole or return to one, even if they only had the strength to wave their arms once, it was enough to easily beat them into the ground. He could only watch from the sidelines. However, this didn't affect the fact that the hearts of the leaders of the blazing suns were surging at this moment, and they were filled with ups and downs. Without a doubt, what they were witnessing now was the most terrifying battle in the world. Even though the power of returning to one and the ruins of End was still in a suppressed and restrained state, and did not really affect the surroundings, the black cracks that flashed by were enough to make their hearts palpitate. Perhaps, by spying on the battle between these two ultimate experts, they would be able to obtain some harvest. They would be able to find the direction that they had been searching for countless years, but to no avail. Qin Yu was silent. In the darkness, he sensed he felt the unyielding will of the stone pagoda. It was simple and direct. He wanted to seal up Qin Yu, not giving him a chance to leave. But as time passed, the restlessness in his heart increased. He took a deep breath and lifted a hand to touch his eyebrows. Suicide is an incomparably cowardly thing to do. Using suicide to threaten others is an even more embarrassing choice. Qin Yu looked straight ahead. His tone was calm. "So, I ask for your forgiveness. If I had any other choice, I would not have taken this step. Although I don't know where you came from or what kind of story you have, since you want me to live, then, no matter if it's because of our past friendship or the fact that you need me to live, please agree to my request." The stone tower was silent. In front of him was still the same darkness. With a light sound, his flesh split open, revealing the white bones underneath. Qin Yu said, "I don't want to die, nor do I want to die. But once Gi dies, I will definitely die. So, I don't mind using my own death to fight for a chance for Guy to live. It sounds awkward, but this is my attitude. I hope that you will not continue to remain silent, because no matter how hard my skull is, I might not be able to withstand it. There was another sound. This time, what split open was the white bones that appeared after the flesh and blood between his eyebrows broke apart. Qin Yu didn't want to die. But if Guy died, he would definitely die. Of course, even if the endless void attacked, Guy might not necessarily die. But Qin Yu's intuition told him that he couldn't gamble. So, he could only use his own life and death to force the stone tower. There was a brief silence in the darkness. Then, there was a sigh. Light sprinkled in once more and he could clearly see the black destruction snake outside. The stone tower chose to retreat. Qin Yu, I hope you won't regret your choice today. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The flesh and blood between his eyebrows rapidly healed. He took a deep breath and said, "Believe me, I am even more unwilling to regret it. I believe you." As the stone tower finished speaking, the black destruction snake that was madly coiling around it suddenly let out a pained hiss. The light that was released from the surface of the stone tower suddenly brightened. It was like rays of light gathered together to form arrows that pierced through the snake's body. As the black destruction snake tumbled down from the stone tower, it smashed into the ground with a heaven-shaking bang. The stone tower disappeared and a transparent light armor appeared on the surface of Qin Yu's body. I don't have a strong attack attribute. The only thing I'm good at is that my body is hard enough, so I can only provide you with defensive assistance. If you want to help Guy, then you can only rely on yourself to kill the black destruction snake in front of you. I believed you before, so please believe me. This really is an extremely difficult matter. Qin Yu didn't speak because at this moment, he could clearly feel the terrifying aura coming from the black destruction snake. It was as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart, terrifying to the extreme and impossible to resist. I believe you, but I still have to kill you. Bang! With a heavy step, Qin Yu's body wildly expanded, turning into a 100,000-foot tall ancient. He lifted a hand and the 3 divine tools of the ancient race appeared. The ancient divine bow was drawn and the ancient divine spear shot out. It was fast, like a bolt of lightning. It instantly crossed space and arrived in front of the black destruction snake. Bang! The ancient divine spear stabbed down, striking the black destruction snake. The earth couldn't withstand the sudden eruption of strength and began to collapse. Cracks rapidly spread in all directions, causing dust to splash into the air. Just this strike had destroyed all of Xianyang City. Everything had been annihilated. This was the might of a blazing sun, but soon, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. The dust that shot into the sky rapidly dissipated, revealing the black destruction snake. It was completely unharmed, not even a single scale had been broken. At this time, its cold and evil eyes locked onto Qin Yu. The corners of its lips curved up and the sharp fangs that it revealed a mocking smile. Idiot! As it spoke, the black destruction snake's tail stirred. At this moment, the world seemed to freeze as a terrifying strength suppressed everything. Behind Qin Yu, the great Tao phantom shot into the sky. Stars rapidly revolved on its surface, and the great sun at its end released a dazzling light. Catcher, catcher, there was a shattering sound as the world froze and shattered. Qin Yu raised his hand and thrust forward. The black destruction snake was shaken back, but Qin Yu's performance was even more miserable. He was like a bug that had been swept up by a strong wind. He tumbled around in the air before finally falling to the ground. Qin Yu, you still don't understand. Although I am not from the sinkhole, I possess the strength of the sinkhole. So what if you are a blazing sun? In front of me, you are still an ant. The great destruction snake's voice was cold as it opened its mouth and swallowed. Thus, wherever its mouth went, everything in the world collapsed, turning into powder that howled into the mouth of the great destruction snake. With a breath and a swallow, Qin Yu was forced into a desperate situation. The great Tao phantom behind him connected the world like a divine tree that supported the heavens, helping Qin Yu stabilize his body. But even so, his body was still trembling. The great Tao phantom behind him buzzed incessantly. The power of Joss flames was being consumed crazily. The great Tao connected the stars, and the blazing sun at the top, were all desperately releasing light. But this was still not enough to resist the devouring of the black destruction snake. Qin Yu could clearly feel that his great Tao was unstable, and as time passed, it was becoming stronger bit by bit. When this instability broke through a certain limit, the great Tao would collapse and even lead to a series of backlashes. This was because Qin Yu's great Tao was no longer just a simple manifestation of the great Tao of Joss flames. It connected the stars in the sky and held up the blazing sun. This was the manifestation of Qin Yu's strongest state. Once it shattered, he would be severely injured. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the great destruction snake opposite him. He suddenly said, "You said that your defense is pretty good." The light armor emitted the fluctuations of the stone pagoda's consciousness. "Yes. I believe you." The stone pagoda's consciousness fluctuated heavily. "What do you want to do?" Qin Yu said, "My many experiences in battle have taught me a truth. Most strong fortresses are broken from the inside first. The black destruction snake is very strong, stronger than I expected. It is indeed too difficult to kill it, and I don't have much confidence in it. So, I have to take some risks. What do you think?" As the stone pagoda commented, "You really are a crazy fellow." Qin Yu leapt forward and gave up resisting. Whoosh, like a stone, he pulled up a stream of light and sank into the great destruction snake's mouth. A trace of mockery flashed in the cold and cruel snake's eyes. "Qin Yu, you really are stupid. I have already told you that I have the strength of the void ending, yet you still dare to break into my stomach." Courting Death. Chapter 1870. The great battle between the endless ruin and returning one had attracted the awe of all the blazing suns. But this didn't mean that they didn't care about the slaughter occurring in Xianyang. On the contrary, there were always a few gazes locked onto this place, waiting in silence. For instance, the blazing sun of Red Sea. This blazing sun was inextricably linked to that race. He was also the blazing sun that had helped the endless ruin create the calamity of the past. After witnessing Xinghe's death, even though he had an extremely powerful mind, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. At this moment, as he saw the black destruction snake show its might and Qin Yu rush into the snake's belly, Red Sea's eyes brightened with joy. He was courting death. This judgment was the same as the black destruction serpent's. The reason he had such a judgment was because he had personally witnessed the black destruction serpent eat once. The world was vast and endless. 9 blazing suns illuminated the infinite heavens. Apart from the endless ruin and returning one that shouldn't exist in this world, they were absolutely invincible existences. However, the reason why the world was so gorgeous was because it often gave people pleasant surprises and gave them unexpected answers. For instance, Red Sea had once suffered a serious challenge in the magma world. A strange magma beast had experienced some sort of lucky chance and had transformed into a terrifying creature that had never been heard of before. It had attacked Red Sea, and that battle had been earth-shattering. Even though Red Sea was the blazing sun and was in her home field, she still wasn't able to occupy the advantage. The battle between the two sides was extremely tense. In fact, as time passed, Red Sea was furious. She realized that her control over the magma world was weakening bit by bit. In other words, her home field advantage was being forcefully occupied by this magma beast. The endless ruin had made its move. Of course, it was more accurate to say that this was the first time Red Sea had seen the black destruction snake's method. It opened its mouth and swallowed. No matter how the magma beast struggled or roared, it couldn't change its final fate. It fell into the black destruction snake's mouth and disappeared. And it was because of this matter that Red Sea had completely become a chess piece in the endless ruin's hands. She had used and controlled him. So today, as she watched Qin Yu be swallowed by the black destruction snake, Red Sea relaxed. Qin Yu had died. Even if it was a blazing sun, it would not be able to escape if it fell into the belly of the black destruction snake. As long as Qin Yu died, Your Excellency returning void would be able to rest easy. Even if he couldn't kill Guiyi today, he would at least be in an invincible position. This was, of course, wonderful. Red Sea had never doubted His Excellency Guiyi's magnanimity, especially Metis' existence. If His Excellency Guiyi failed, then what awaited her would definitely not be a good outcome. Roar! The black destruction serpent roared, turned around, and shot into the sky, breaking through the void and disappearing. Killing Qin Yu was only a temporary victory, it wasn't their ultimate goal today. It wanted to help the sinkhole and kill Guiyi. In truth, in terms of hatred, the black destruction serpent truly hated Guiyi to the bone. After all, if it wasn't for the unification back then, how could it have been blown up and turned into a black sea that couldn't move freely? It had no choice but to give up its status as a companion and become a mount controlled by the sinkhole. Bang! Within the tumbling chaos, black cracks constantly appeared. The black destruction snake appeared, its icy cold and cruel eyes locking onto Guiyi's aura. Qin Yu died. It roared, cruel and joyful. Idiot. A rebuke came from the primal chaos. The sinkhole gnashed its teeth. The Radiance Tower is on Qin Yu. He won't die so easily. If the Radiance Tower was really so easy to break through, perhaps he wouldn't have chosen to take the risk and would have directly gone to kill Qin Yu. After all, this woman, Guiyi, although they were born from the same origin and had fought for countless years, he still didn't dare to say that he had seen through all of her methods and cards. This enigmatic woman naturally represented an unknown terror and danger. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, the sinkhole would never want to tear apart all pretense of cordiality with Guiyi and stand on a life-and-death battlefield. The black destruction snake roared, "The world in my stomach can refine all things in the world. Everything will be thoroughly destroyed. So what if it's the Radiance Tower? You will still die." Within its stomach, there was an eternal sea of darkness. Qin Yu stood in the sea and couldn't help but shake his head. These words, how arrogant, how arrogant. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. A faint light emitted from his armor, illuminating the surrounding sea. The stone pagoda's voice was calm. "I said that defense is the domain that I excel in." Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. "I know. But since the sinkhole fears you, it seems that the domain that you don't excel in is also very strong." The stone pagoda, after a brief silence, it said, "What do you want to do?" Qin Yu said, "This black sea is too dark. I don't like it, so I plan to cook it." Yes, Qin Yu wanted to cook the sea. The stone pagoda had to admit that while this idea was bold and arrogant, it was also the best choice. The black destruction snake was one with the sinkhole and the two were born together. Although it had suffered a great loss when Guiyi smashed it to pieces, its strength still couldn't be underestimated. If he wanted to kill it, the black sea in front of him was the only choice. But where it was weak was its strongest point. Cooking the black sea could indeed kill the black destruction serpent, but this black sea was also its strongest method of killing its enemies. To put it simply, it was very difficult. Of course it's difficult, otherwise I would have done it myself. Why would I bother you? Qin Yu said, "You might not be able to do anything else, but something like emitting light should be simple for you, right?" The stone pagoda, it was called the light pagoda, so of course it could emit light. At this moment, its silence was naturally seen by Qin Yu as a tacit agreement. He clapped his hands and smiled. "So, let's begin. Cook this black sea and steam that big snake." Boom! The great Tao phantom soared into the sky, but at this moment, every inch of extension became exceptionally difficult. This was because this was the belly of the black destruction snake, a world of its own. But even so, the burning incense flame avenue still forcefully extended. Thus, above the pitch-black sea, light suddenly descended. The strung-up stars and the blazing sun all released resplendent light. The silent mech on Qin Yu's body also began to shine brighter. The gathering of light often meant an increase in temperature. Thus, the ice-cold black sea actually had a hint of burning heat. Moreover, as time passed, this trace of heat was growing stronger bit by bit. It was like a spark falling onto an autumn grassland and suddenly igniting a cluster. Then, it spread outwards, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a prairie fire. The flames burned fiercely. The temperature soared. The ice-cold and deathly still black sea tumbled and bubbled. Billowing water vapor soared into the sky, evaporating and dissipating under the illumination of the light. The black destruction snake screamed miserably. It frantically rolled about, its pair of cold and ruthless eyes turning crimson. Rumble. In a state of pain and madness, the black destruction snake's body expanded crazily. In the blink of an eye, its body was tens of thousands of miles long. As it rolled about on the ground, it was truly a scene of destruction. Everything was crushed. As the black destruction snake wreaked havoc, it was instantly reduced to powder, losing all vitality. Returning Ruin's face was ashen. He could clearly sense what was happening within the black destruction snake's body. It was not difficult to save it, but now that the battle between Returning Ruin and Returning Ruin had reached a critical moment, he could not afford to be distracted. Returning Ruin, who are you looking down on? Even if it's just a thought, it's still a distraction. A lazy voice sounded in his ears. The Lord Ruler's tone was calm, but the frequency at which the pitch-black cracks appeared in the chaos space suddenly increased by several times. Humph. Misty coldly sneered. Returning Ruin, it seems I've underestimated your courage. Since today begins, only one of us will be able to leave this chaos region alive. Returning Ruin looked away. No. Returning Ruin, save me, save me. The black destruction snake finally realized just how foolish it had been. It never imagined that Qin Yu's Joss Flame Great Tao would be so formidable that it could forcefully stretch out from its stomach and descend upon it. At the same time, it had far underestimated the strength of the Tower of Light. Those lights clearly weren't too strong, but they released a terrifying burning heat. Once more, it felt the aura of death. And before, it came from Returning Ruin. Unfortunately, the black destruction snake's prayer received no response. The moment Returning Ruin looked away, he threw all of his strength into killing Returning Ruin. That idiot black destruction snake, if he died, then he died. As long as he killed Returning Ruin, everything would be under his control. No matter what price he had to pay, it would still be worth it. Yo. You're getting serious, then let's begin. The Lord Ruler's voice suddenly turned cold. Then, bang, the area of primal chaos that was filled with pitch-black fissures suddenly shattered. Everything turned dark. This was an area of death formed by the impact of absolute destructive power. The struggling black destruction snake desperately waved its tail, wanting to escape this area. But its movements were a bit too slow, or perhaps it was better to say that the exploding mass of darkness was just a bit too fast. When the black destruction snake fell into it, it was like it had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. With a terrifying sizzling sound, its scales began to emit black smoke, and then its exposed flesh began to rapidly corrode and fester. Returning Ruin. What are you doing? The black destruction snake screamed in horror. At this moment, it was trapped from both inside and outside. With two bursts of burning energy erupting at the same time, it truly felt like it was about to be cooked. The aura of death was thick. Fool. Little Meat sneered. Of course I'm going to kill you and take back the power that you occupied while you were in your companion form. The black destruction snake's pupils shrank. The black sea within its body had already begun to boil. At this moment, Qin Yu, in his mech form, was like a true sun. Along with the light came a scorching heat. Returning Ruin was silent, because Little Meat was right. And at this point, there was no longer any need to hide. If the Lord Ruler and Little Meat were both parts of the Returning Ruin, then the Black Destruction Snake was also a part of Returning Ruin. Since this was a battle of life and death, he naturally had to gather all of his strength. Returning Ruin's original plan was not like this, but the Black Destruction Snake was far too stupid, so he could only bring it forward. Fortunately, as he killed the Black Destruction Snake, he could also kill Qin Yu. In the end, he had not suffered a loss. Chapter 1871. The Black Destruction Snake was dying. It was originally just a noun, but now it was used to describe the process. It desperately rolled, struggled, roared, and roared. But this couldn't change the situation the Black Destruction Snake was facing. Above the boiling Black Sea, Qin Yu's expression was calm. His armor of light shined brilliantly. The Black Destruction Snake will die, but so will you. The stone pagoda's voice was solemn. Returning Ruin's decisiveness and ruthlessness left even he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. I know. Qin Yu took a deep breath, a smile on his lips. But I still choose to gamble. The stone pagoda was silent. Qin Yu's words were simple, but he understood the deeper meaning. Let's take a gamble. First, he gambled on Gui Wan's strength. Even if he faced a sneak attack from returning ruin, he could still protect him. Second, he gambled on the defenses of the stone gambling pagoda. Even if there were problems with the first one, it could still guarantee his safety. I will do my best. The stone pagoda responded. Qin Yu said, "Thank you." A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In truth, he had long been puzzled. For instance, why did the stone pagoda guarantee his survival? Was it because Gui Wan and the stone pagoda had reached some sort of agreement? Or perhaps there were some other secrets? Qin Yu wanted to know the reason, but he remained silent. This was because now wasn't a good time to ask. Right now, the most important thing was to eliminate returning ruin. Since he had already made his move, Gui Wan wouldn't miss this chance. The power of destruction raged inside and outside. In its despair, the black destruction snake finally fell to the ground. Its massive body shattered and disintegrated. Black fog gushed out, howling towards returning ruin and fusing into his body. Returning ruin's aura suddenly rose. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand and grasped forward. This strike wasn't aimed at Qin Yu, but at suppressing the Lord Ruler and Little Meaty. Because right now, he didn't need to attack Qin Yu. Just the shockwaves produced by the battle between the two sides were enough to easily cause Qin Yu to fall beyond redemption. Thus, he wanted to suppress Gui Wan. Before they completed their fusion, this wasn't difficult at all. In particular, the current returning ruin was in a complete state that had never been revealed before. It could be said that leaving the Black Destruction Snake until today was another trump card that the Bottomless Abyss had deliberately prepared. This card wasn't fatal, but it could help returning ruin establish a sufficient advantage at a critical moment. Bang! The rays of light around Qin Yu's body were shattering and dispersing. That was the result of the destructive power released during the battle between the Void Ending and Unity. It was a result of the mountain toppling, sea overturning destruction. This was also the reason why the sinkhole was certain that Qin Yu would die. This strength was the fusion of returning and his own strength. It would indeed be difficult for him to break through the defenses of the Radiance Tower by himself. However, fusing with the power of Unity would become an extremely simple matter. It was not only because it was a simple question of 1 + 1, but also because what was stacked together was the ultimate and the unification. It was a powerful existence that should not exist in the world, but was born from the origin of life and death. Gui Yi wanted to protect Qin Yu and ensure that he could live. But now, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Yu died. He died under her hands. However, there was no other choice. Because if she held back in today's battle, she would definitely die. If he didn't hold back, Qin Yu would die. This was not an easy choice to make. The sinkhole was looking forward to it. Facing the terrifying impact of the outside world, he was like a fragile egg sandwiched between two mountains. Even so, his expression remained calm. Silence. From the looks of it, he had temporarily lost the first bet. Of course, it was only temporary. Qin Yu believed that although Her Excellency Ruler and Little Meaty had not made a move, it did not mean that she would remain silent. They were probably waiting for an opportunity. Fortunately, the stone tower's defensive power was as he had said. It was extremely powerful. Facing the impact of the battle between the Void Ending and Gui Yi, it could still guarantee that Qin Yu would remain unscathed. The only pity was that this kind of unscathed state could not last long. Catcher, catcher, an extremely subtle cracking sound constantly rang in his ears. Although the stone tower remained silent, Qin Yu knew that it was in the process of cracking. How much time do I have? The stone tower thought for a moment and gave an answer after a brief pause. Between 120 to 140 breaths. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. He thought that it was indeed accurate, and the number was not small. But thinking about it carefully, time was of the essence. He rubbed his eyebrows and muttered, "I have to think of a way. I can't just wait like this." The stone tower said, "Qin Yu, your best choice is to silently wait and do nothing." It gave its own reminder. Perhaps because of the situation Qin Yu was facing, its tone was heavy and oppressive. But even more so, It was earnest. In the Stone Tower's opinion, any attempt Qin Yu made was meaningless in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. In the battle between the Void Ending and Gui Yi, even the Stone Tower could only lower its head and endure, passively shattering. Qin Yu was strong, stronger than the Stone Tower expected. But if he wanted to intervene in this war, he was still far from enough. To put it more bluntly, if he overestimated his own strength and rashly attacked, it would only lead to his own death. I understand what you mean, and I am certainly not a fellow that is stupid enough to seek death. Qin Yu let out a breath. But I always feel that I have to do something in this war, and this is also the reason why I came here. The Stone Tower was silent for a brief moment. It was unknown what it thought of, but it actually changed its mind. What do you want to do? Qin Yu said, to tell the truth, I don't know right now. If I have to give you an answer, then I will have to wait a little longer. What to do? He didn't know. Wait for what? He had no idea. This was quite comical, especially in this sort of situation where he could die at any moment. But as time passed, Qin Yu's intuition became increasingly clear. Something was definitely going to happen. The center of the war was the domain of the Void Ending and Gui Yi. No one could interfere. The Lord Ruler gently sighed. Qin Yu is here. Little Meaty had no expression. I know. This boy, he is quite bold. He really doesn't know how the word death is written. The Lord Ruler's tone was light. The Tower of Radiance's defenses are indeed strong, but in this state, it won't be able to last too long. If it couldn't persist, then it would shatter. And once the Tower of Radiance shattered, all that awaited Qin Yu was death. Little Meaty looked up, her eyes flat. What do you want to say? The Lord Ruler smiled. What I want to say is that it is time to end this separation between us. That's right. Little Meaty nodded. Her expression was calm. Then let it end. In the next moment, she closed her eyes. But after a breath of time, her eyes flew open. Her face stiffened, a complex expression of shock and astonishment crossing over her face. Why? Little Meaty asked in a low voice. Across from her, the Lord Ruler waved his hand. You are me and I am you. In essence, there is no difference. But compared to me, you, little fellow, are obviously more wronged. I didn't have the time. Really. I didn't have the time to truly take a look at the world. Moreover, I have existed for far too long, so long that I am already tired of it. So, I will leave everything to you in the future. I have always been tired, but now I can finally have a good night's sleep. The Lord Ruler faintly smiled. Little Meaty, goodbye. I think you won't mind bidding farewell to Qin Yu for me. Then, I will leave. Like a phantom, with a tremor, she vanished from sight. No. The Void Ending roared out, filled with shock. Are you insane? Why did you give up on your own? Why? This was something he couldn't understand no matter what. In order to continue living, the Void Ending had been constantly scheming since a long, long time ago. Even today, all he thought about was how to kill Gui Yi, how to put Qin Yu to death. But now, what did the Void Ending see? The Lord Ruler had given up on her own initiative. To put it simply, she had chosen to commit suicide. That's right, in the eyes of the Void Ending, this was suicide. Once she disappeared, she would disappear forever. Her consciousness would fall into a deep slumber, never to awaken again. This was no different from death, or, it could be said that this was death. Thus, the Void Ending couldn't accept this. It found it hard to believe. Why would the Lord Ruler do this? Bang, like a boulder falling into water, terrifying waves swept out in all directions. With Meaty as the center, a formidable aura was released. This was Gui Yi's true and complete state, the manifestation of her greatest strength. All around her, the shackles produced by the Void Ending began to shatter, breaking apart inch by inch and vanishing. The stone pagoda roared, "Be careful, I can last for another 30 breaths of time." Without needing its reminder, Qin Yu could already see the strength of the collision rising outside. But, he wasn't alarmed or angry. Instead, his eyes brightened, a sharp light surging within them. Don't worry, in less than 30 breaths of time, the turning point has already appeared. In the next moment, The terrifying crushing pressure that the stone pagoda withstood instantly vanished from sight. Sure, his field of vision twisted. When it was restored, Misty was in front of him. Only her. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Congratulations. To become the final victor, to become the main body of Guiyi's consciousness, this was certainly something worth congratulating. However, a complex feeling still wove in his heart. Misty shook her head. There's nothing worth congratulating. She gave up on her own initiative, otherwise the one to disappear would have been me. From the start, she had been well aware of this. The reason she appeared calm and indifferent was because this was the truth. She didn't want herself to fall into painful emotions and waste the last of her time. Of course, although she would fail, if she resisted with her body, she could still set off a bitter battle, but Qin Yu didn't have that much time. So, Misty chose to give up. But she never imagined that she would be one step too slow. The Lord Ruler had also chosen to give up. Was this also because she didn't want Qin Yu to encounter danger? She took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu. Misty said, before leaving, she asked me to bid farewell to you in her place. A sour feeling filled his chest. Qin Yu frowned, disbelief in his eyes. He wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew what the Lord Ruler was most likely giving up on her own initiative. Misty said, there is no need to doubt it. The truth is just as you think. So, no matter how much time has passed, you should always remember her. However, remembering her is a matter for the future. Moreover, the premise is that you can continue living and not die today. Now, it is time to kill the void ending.